Chapter 49. Three Goddesses Kanglan Star, Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Inside a nutrition pod, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Compared to the first traversal, this traversal lasted much longer. He had stayed in the Dragon Tiger world for a full 80 years. Consider that before the second traversal, including the first traversal, his life in the main world, and his life on Earth. All added together did not amount to 80 years. However, it was all worth it, because Lin Yuan had created the Tao of Taiji. You should know, at the level of a heavenly master, the heavenly masters who break through by following the paths of either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme are not the same concept as those who break through by following the Tao of Taiji. Even without relying on either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, with Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, he could force open a new route and break through to the Heavenly Master realm. In the first 10 years of the Dragon Tiger world, that's what Lin Yuan did. But in the end, he found that both in terms of potential and combat power, they did not compare to Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. And Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, in turn, are far inferior to Taiji. The Tao of Taiji is, up to now, the path most suitable for Lin Yuan and also the most perfect and powerful path he could achieve. Perhaps in the many evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there are paths stronger than the Tao of Taiji, but definitely none as suitable for Lin Yuan as the Tao of Taiji. How could the evolutionary paths initiated by others ever be as smooth as those one creates oneself? My current strength should be at the peak of the second layer 12 segments, infinitely approaching the third realm. Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. In the Dragon Tiger world's Demon Purge cycle, it only took Lin Yuan 40 years to advance from the second layer 9th segment to the 12th segment. The remaining 20 years, then, were spent exploring the subsequent third layer path. 40 years to advance 3 segments. Looking at Kanglan Star, this might be considered top tier. But if considered within the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, it could only be regarded as above average. But don't forget, every step Lin Yuan took was path creating a completely new evolutionary path from scratch. The difficulty was 1,000 times higher than for those evolvers who followed paths paved by pioneers. Gathering his thoughts slowly, Lin Yuan got up and left the nutrition pod. During the 80 years in the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan was invincible, but there were still many secrets he hadn't unraveled. For instance, the true martial sword and the primeval demon spirit. Why had these items from the upper realms fallen into the lower realms? Could it be that the upper realm powerhouses were laying out some plans? But now that he had returned, none of this was relevant to Lin Yuan anymore. 2 hours. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. To confirm that from the moment he lay down for the traversal to the moment he got up, it took a total of 2 hours. To be precise, it took 2 hours and 3 minutes. It seems that the tiers in the Dragon Tiger world are indeed higher than in the martial world. Lin Yuan judged inwardly. In the martial world, 20 years passed and only 10 minutes had gone by in the main world. If extended to 80 years, that would be 40 minutes. In terms of the flow of time, the rate in the Dragon Tiger world is less than half that of the martial world. There are also the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang on Kanglan Star. Lin Yuan walked to the rooftop. It was currently night, and Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the forces of Taiyin and Taiyang disseminating throughout the heavens and the earth. Being nighttime, the power of Taiyin was more pronounced than the power of Taiyang. Absorbing it bit by bit is too slow. I still need to purchase corresponding spiritual objects. Lin Yuan sighed. He now had the realm, what he lacked was merely energy accumulation. And in the main world, what was least scarce was various forms of energy. If Lin Yuan had the means, he could completely go cultivate on the surface of a star. The power of Taiyang there condenses into a liquid. With a single breath, the Taiyang power Lin Yuan could absorb would probably match years of arduous cultivation. Of course, achieving this would require a substantial amount of money. And Lin Yuan, most of all, lacked money. With sufficient funds, Lin Yuan could not only purchase various spiritual objects. He could even buy many of the evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance to simulate and perfect his own cultivation system. Continue uploading the Tao of Taiji. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan made up his mind. The Cosmic Human Alliance encouraged its citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the three goddesses even gave certain resource preferences to this. After the first traversal, Lin Yuan exchanged the Martial Path evolutionary path for 5,000 merit points. 1,000 of those merit points had elevated his citizen level to second level, granting him many privileges and making him an undisputed privileged class on Kanglin's star. The Tao of Taiji, being a continuation of the martial Tao cultivation system created by Lin Yuan, if uploaded, would certainly prompt the Goddess of Wisdom to reevaluate and thereby earn more subsequent merit points. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, merit points are everything. The prerequisite for acquiring merit points is to contribute to humanity, and there are undoubtedly many other ways to do this. But for Lin Yuan, the quickest and simplest way was only one. That was to upload the Tao of Taiji. The three goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance are absolutely selfless, and there are no scenarios involving suppression or enslavement of citizens. As long as the Tao of Taiji uploaded by Lin Yuan was valuable enough, it would receive the protection of the three goddesses. As for whether other citizens could surpass Lin Yuan in cultivation after uploading the Tao of Taiji, even though the cultivation environment of the Cosmic Human Alliance far surpassed that of the Dragon Tiger world, it would still take others decades to reach the Heavenly Master level on the Martial Path evolutionary path. In a matter of decades, given Lin Yuan's shuttling frequency of once every 8 months, he would have already experienced dozens of shuttles. To the Heavenly Master of today, Lin Yuan of several decades later would hardly be considered anything less than an ant. Since he decided to upload the Tao of Taiji, Lin Yuan began to translate it into the language of the main world and made minor adjustments. Several days later, Lin Yuan organized his achievements in the Dragon Tiger world into 2 parts, the Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin-Yang chapter. The Yin-Yang chapter, indeed named by Lin Yuan for the Heavenly Master level. To master both Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang, to integrate Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang. After completing these tasks, he immediately connected his consciousness to the Goddess of Wisdom. If he were an ordinary citizen, even connecting to a trivial subentity of the Goddess of Wisdom would require patiently waiting for several minutes. But Lin Yuan was a second-level citizen who had made contributions to the Human Alliance. It only took a moment. The solemn and calm voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Respected second-level citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. I want to continue uploading on the Martial Path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan directly said. After notifying the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan uploaded the organized Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter. The moment the Goddess of Wisdom received the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter, in a mysterious space countless light-years away from Kanglin's star, numerous large screens flashed rapidly, and massive computational power frenziedly assessed and deduced the value of the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter. Detection of Celestial Phenomena chapter involving dual properties of Yin and Yang. Detection of Yin-Yang chapter involving the integration of dual properties of Yin and Yang. Extreme power integration. This evolutionary path's theoretical limit is determined as 6th rank. Discovery of potential up to the 6th rank evolutionary path, triggering the 9th charter, commencing contact with the Goddess of Justice, commencing contact with the Goddess of Freedom. Upon confirmation by the 3 goddesses, this evolutionary path indeed has the potential to reach 6th rank. Relevant contingency plan generated. Beginning to contact the highest authority of this planet, Planetary Governor Song Wuyang. At the highest point of Kanglin's star, Governor Song Wuyang had ended his calls with other planetary officials. The planetary tournament is about to begin. I hope this tournament yields a few seeds with the potential of 3rd or 4th rank. Song Wuyang sighed. As the planetary governor, he too faced performance pressures. Every 10 years, the Goddess of Wisdom would review every action taken during his governance, no matter how trivial. Among the criteria were how many evolvers of different ranks were born on Kanglin's star during this period and the overall happiness index of all citizens, among others. The higher the Goddess of Wisdom's evaluation of him, the greater his rewards, most tangibly in the form of merit points. Of course, if the Goddess of Wisdom rated him too low, he would not only fail to earn any merit points but would also face impeachment, and in severe cases, he would lose his position as governor and be sent to the Supreme Court for trial. I wonder how the creator of that martial path evolutionary path is doing now? Thinking of the tournament, Song Wuyang naturally thought of Lin Yuan. After all, the martial arts evolution system had squeezed into the top 100 of Kanglan Star's evolution rankings as soon as it appeared. This was the first change in the rankings during Song Wuyang's term. The goddess of wisdom really protects these creators of evolutionary paths tightly. Even I, the governor, can't access their information. Song Wuyang clicked his tongue. Ordinary second-level citizens were open to his scrutiny as much as he pleased. After all, he was a fourth-level citizen. However, Lin Yuan was not only a second-level citizen but also a creator of an evolutionary path, making him a special person protected specifically by the goddess of wisdom. But Song Wuyang also understood such actions by the goddess of wisdom. In the history of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there had been many instances where promising talents were prematurely eliminated. These eliminations arose from various sources: rivals, competitors, or different species. Thus, the three goddesses decided that anyone identified as a genius of the human race would be protected with specific encrypted information. Outsiders couldn't access their information at all, naturally making it very difficult to carry out any eliminations. It's just that the martial arts evolution system, having a potential upper limit of 3rd rank, wouldn't be valued so highly by the goddess if it wasn't so widely adopted. Song Wuyang shook his head slightly. Evaluating the value of a particular evolutionary path potential is one aspect, and its degree of adoption is another. Suddenly, just then, an electronic synthesized voice came. Governor Song Wuyang, the goddess of wisdom requests a connection. The goddess of wisdom wants to speak with me. Song Wuyang was slightly startled. He had just been thinking about the goddess of wisdom when she sought him out. Connect her. Song Wuyang nodded. He straightened up his back a bit, wanting to appear more presentable to the goddess of wisdom. After all, although Song Wuyang couldn't see the goddess of wisdom, through various monitoring equipment, she could always keep track of all his movements. As Song Wuyang chose to connect with the goddess of wisdom, the goddess of wisdom has been connected, the goddess of freedom has been connected, the goddess of justice has been connected. In an instant, the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance all arrived. This made Song Wuyang, who had been pondering how to speak with the goddess of wisdom, feel his scalp tingle. Wasn't it the goddess of wisdom who wanted to talk to him? Why did all three goddesses show up? Good heavens! What on earth had happened to draw the attention of all three goddesses at once? Chapter 50. Star-destroying level. The Cosmic Human Alliance's three ultimate intelligent goddesses are known as the Goddess of Freedom, the Goddess of Justice, and the Goddess of Wisdom. These three goddesses govern different aspects. The Goddess of Freedom oversees aggression and expansion. The Goddess of Justice handles legal decisions. The Goddess of Wisdom is in charge of civilian life and logistics. The three goddesses each fulfill their roles, collectively supporting the dazzling brilliance of human civilization today. Normally, each goddess would only appear in their respective fields. Only when an event occurs that could impact the star domain, or even beyond, do the three goddesses communicate and make decisions together. Song Wuyang has seen the three goddesses. Song Wuyang speculated uneasily, speaking with a hint of respect. Although the three goddesses don't possess what are called emotions, and they don't treat citizens differently based on their attitude. But in front of these three, it's always safe to be a bit more respectful. Changes have been detected in the martial path evolutionary path, the goddess of wisdom said with a solemn and cool voice, being the first to speak. The martial path evolutionary path? Song Wuyang was stunned. He did know about the martial path evolutionary path. He even had a strong impression of this evolutionary path. But for the three goddesses to seek him out because of this, the martial path evolutionary path is special, but its theoretical limit was already set. 3rd rank. Was such a level of evolutionary path worthy of startling the three goddesses all at once? Could it be that the theoretical limit of the martial path evolutionary path had changed, rising by a rank? Song Wuyang thought to himself, silently speculating. The theoretical limits of evolutionary paths are deduced by the three goddesses using their tremendous computational power. Simply put, a second-layer evolutionary path, if its theoretical limit is third layer, then it means this path potentially could reach the third layer. Of course, this is only a possibility. Most evolutionary paths do not reach their theoretical limits. But it's undeniable that the theoretical limits derived by the three goddesses are somewhat linked to the potential of the evolutionary path. Moreover, the deductions of the goddesses are not entirely accurate. During the development of evolutionary paths, they can be influenced by various factors. For example, a first-rank path evolving towards second layer could, under certain special influences, see its potential greatly increase, raising its theoretical limit. Although these are low-probability events, now that all three goddesses have approached him and mentioned changes in the determination of the martial path evolutionary path, Song Wuyong could only think in this direction. This is the latest determination result of the martial path evolutionary path. The somber voice of Goddess of Wisdom came again. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in front of Song Wuyong. It displayed many characters describing the martial canon. Song Wuyong immediately looked towards the theoretical limit section. 6th rank. Song Wuyong was stunned, almost thinking that he had read it wrong. He looked again. It was still 6th rank. Goddess, is this? Song Wuyong wanted to ask if the goddess had made a mistake, only to suddenly realize that it wasn't just the Goddess of Wisdom watching him. The other two goddesses were also present. He swiftly tucked away that comment in his mind. As ultimate intelligences of the cosmic human civilization, every action of the goddesses is computed millions of times over. They are definitely not mistaken, especially when it concerns the 6th rank. Moreover, it wasn't just the Goddess of Wisdom who had come today. All three goddesses were here, clearly after countless confirmations prior to their visit. How is this possible? Song Wuyong muttered to himself. The martial path evolutionary path, which had a theoretical limit of 3rd rank just 6 months ago, now suddenly had a theoretical limit of 6th rank. Skipping 3 ranks in one go, this was rarefied among dozens of star domains nearby. The Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter of the martial path evolutionary path involve the fusion and transformation of extreme forces. Continue to develop and explore, and there is a 100% chance of reaching the 3rd rank, a 60% chance of reaching the 4th rank, a 30% chance of reaching the 5th rank, and a 10% chance of reaching the 6th rank, the Goddess of Wisdom said. Extreme force fusion. Song Wuyong took a deep breath. Fusion of the same type of forces could already cause major issues. Not to mention the fusion of extreme forces, which had a high probability of causing a self-explosion. Suddenly, Song Wuyong's curiosity surged about what the founder of the martial path evolutionary path had gone through to delve into these realms. Unfortunately, Song Wuyong knew the only thing he could be now was curious about Lin Yuan. The evolution path that was established reached the theoretical 6th rank, and now that creator of martial Tao was probably the favored gem of the Goddess of Wisdom. It was likely that not even the Lords of the Stars had the authority to investigate this person, let alone himself. What can I do now? After a moment of silence, Song Wuyong spoke up. According to the judgment, the subsequent Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter of the martial canon are valued at 20,000 merit points and require authorization from official Song Wuyong, said the Goddess of Wisdom succinctly. 20,000 merit points. Song Wuyong felt somewhat bitter. He had battled various different species on the front lines, killing countless to barely elevate his citizen rank to 4th level. Then he was reassigned to the rear to serve as an official. Just the rewards he could earn as an official, even over 1,000 years, would not amount to 20,000 merit points. That was under the condition of receiving a superior evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom every 10 years. But Song Wuyong also knew that an evolutionary path with a theoretical potential of 6th rank truly deserved that many merit points. Not to mention, just the fusion of 2 extreme forces had failed countless times, each failure resulting in tremendous losses. I agree, Song Wuyong nodded. In fact, it wouldn't matter if he disagreed. The 3 goddesses would authorize it step by step, and the result wouldn't change. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, waiting patiently for a response from the Goddess of Wisdom. In his heart, Lin Yuan believed that the insights gathered from this journey through the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter were more valuable than the Grandmaster chapter, Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythological chapter, and Carefree chapter. Even when Lin Yuan encountered bottlenecks while exploring the latter, he surpassed them in days or months at most. But the Yin and Yang chapter, to comprehend the Yin-Yang power, Lin Yuan had deliberated for nearly 10 years, even with the aid of the true martial sword. Lin Yuan's thoughts were turbulent. Just then, a solemn and cold voice came through. Respected second-layer citizen Lin Yuan, the evaluation of your submitted martial path evolutionary path has been completed. All right. Lin Yuan was invigorated. Although Lin Yuan had expended a great deal of effort on the Yin and Yang chapter, the specific value it held in the eyes of the goddess of wisdom was unknown. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to our evaluation, the subsequent evolutionary path is valued at 20,000 merit points. Would you like it credited now? 20,000 merit points. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Considering that 1,000 merit points could generate one second-layer citizen, 20,000 merit points could create 20 second-layer citizens. 20 second-layer citizens? In the entirety of Dongning City, there were only 6 or 7. Go ahead, Lin Yuan said. After confirming the 20,000 merit points were credited, Lin Yuan suddenly became curious to know the current evaluation of the martial path evolutionary path. Theoretical upper limit of 6th rank. Lin Yuan checked the latest information on the martial path evolutionary path. He was somewhat surprised. 6th rank, corresponding to a 6th rank evolver. And 6th rank evolvers had another name. That was Fallen Star level. Every 6th rank evolver was capable of traversing the cosmos with their physical body alone, and with a full force strike they could obliterate stars. Chapter 51 Free-writing the title of Fallen Star for a 6th rank evolver is in reference to the Cosmic Human Alliance. If that were placed in the martial worlds Lin Yuan traversed, like the martial world or Dragon Tiger world, it would be equivalent to an Apocalypse level rank. However, be it Fallen Star level or Apocalypse level, they had nothing to do with Lin Yuan's current situation. The goddess of wisdom, with her vast computational power, deduced that the theoretical limit of the Taiji Dao is at the 6th rank. But a theoretical limit is, after all, just that, a theoretical potential for the future. It indicated that the goddess of wisdom had high regard for Lin Yuan. To be precise, she was very optimistic about the Yin and Yang chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. The reason why the goddess of wisdom determined that the subsequent parts of the martial path evolutionary path uploaded by Lin Yuan were worth 20,000 merit points primarily resides in the Yin and Yang chapter. Had it not involved the fusion and transformation of Yin and Yang, but simply been a pure Taiyang chapter or Tai-Yin chapter, even if it ranked at 3rd rank, its final value would only be a few thousand merit points. How could it possibly reach the frightening 20,000? The power of Taiyang and the power of Tai-Yin are both high-level energies. Mastering one holds the potential of reaching 3rd rank, let alone the fusion of both. The fusion directly extends their potential to the level of 6th rank. I currently have 24,000 merit points. Lin Yuan had just received 20,000, while the remaining 4,000 were left over from his last traversal. On the first traversal, Lin Yuan uploaded the Innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter of the Martial Canon, earning 2,000 merit points. Later, he continued to upload the Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythological chapter, and Carefree chapter, gaining 3,000 merit points. After deducting the 1,000 merit points needed to upgrade to a 2nd-level citizen, Lin Yuan's current merit points had reached 24,000. Let's directly upgrade the citizen rank. With so many merit points, there was no need for hesitation. Lin Yuan chose to directly upgrade his citizen rank. Congratulations to Citizen Lin Yuan, your citizen rank has been upgraded to 3rd rank. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 merit points were deducted, and Lin Yuan's citizen rank was upgraded from 2nd rank to 3rd rank. I am now a 3rd rank citizen. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. Across Kanglan Star, a 3rd rank citizen could also be considered a significant figure, and the highest citizen rank in Dongning City to date was only 2nd rank. From a 3rd rank citizen to a 4th rank citizen, I need 10,000 merit points. Lin Yuan checked the citizen rank information and immediately felt a slight urge. He currently still had 19,000 merit points, which was more than enough for another upgrade in citizen rank. A third-rank citizen is followed by a fourth-rank citizen. A fourth-rank citizen. This was no longer a significant figure on Kanglin's star, but a major power player. Only the planetary governor had achieved this rank on the whole planet. If Lin Yuan became a fourth-rank citizen, his status would be directly on par with that of the planetary governor. Of course, Lin Yuan was well aware that this was only in terms of status, far from comparable in terms of power and influence. But the influence of a fourth-rank citizen was already quite significant, especially with the numerous privileges it granted within the human alliance, enough to make ordinary citizens shudder. Let's upgrade. Upgrade. Lin Yuan was about to continue raising his citizen rank, when at that moment, he glanced at other content on his information interface. There were items like name, account balance, loan limit, and so on. Ha! Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that his loan limit had somehow been maxed out. After being promoted to a second-rank citizen, Lin Yuan had a 10 million credit line at the Central Bank of the Cosmic Human Alliance. This type of loan, provided by the Human Alliance to high-ranking citizens, was an interest-free loan with a repayment period of several decades. It was pretty much like giving money to high-ranking citizens. Even if they did not spend this money and just withdrew the loan to invest in a few financial products, they could earn money effortlessly. After all, the loan provided by the central bank required no interest payments. Therefore, prior to his second traversal, most of Lin Yuan's expenditures were principally through loans. Purchasing a residence in Shuiwei Residential Complex, other nutritional products, and that military-grade nutrition pod, and so on. The initial 10 million credit limit had been almost fully utilized by Lin Yuan. Only now, his personal loan limit had been restored. To put it simply, all the money Lin Yuan had borrowed before was now repaid. This was quite strange, as Lin Yuan was clear that he had not actively repaid any loans. As for automatic deductions, how much time had passed? Besides, the money in Lin Yuan's account hadn't decreased. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly chose to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected third-rank cosmic citizen Mr. Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Wisdom quickly explained the reason to Lin Yuan. It turned out that every time a citizen's rank is promoted, the personal loans belonging to this citizen will automatically be nullified, with the central bank repaying them on behalf. Of course, the personal loans mentioned here can only be the official loans. As for private loans from non-official sources, they are not included in this repayment clause. This repayment mechanism is one of the implicit benefits of a high-ranked citizen, which isn't explicitly stated. An upgrade in citizen rank signifies a contribution to the human alliance, and hence, the central bank repaying loans for them isn't a strange occurrence. There's such a good deal? Lin Yuan blinked and glanced at the loan limit available to third-rank citizens in the central bank. 100 million. The thought of immediately ascending to the fourth-rank citizen was suddenly restrained. If I spend this 100 million in loan limit and then upgrade to a fourth-rank citizen, wouldn't I be able to freeload this 100 million without paying it back? Clearly, Lin Yuan's speculation was correct. According to the central bank's loan repayment mechanism, that was indeed the case. This isn't a loophole in the citizen rank system. Merit points are extremely difficult to obtain, and ordinary citizens will definitely upgrade as soon as they accumulate enough points for it. Almost no one can resist the urge not to upgrade, especially given the vast array of enticing privileges and benefits that come with a higher citizen rank. While thinking about how to spend this 100 million, Lin Yuan browsed through the mail sent by the Cosmic Human Alliance after being promoted to a third-rank citizen. First was the congratulatory message and a transfer of 10 million. When promoted to a second-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 5 million. Now, upon being promoted to a third-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 10 million. The increase was far less than the increase in the loan limit, but it was understandable. After all, this was free money, and Lin Yuan naturally accepted it without reservation. Next came updates to the many privileges. Compared to the privileges of a second-rank citizen, a third-rank citizen had an additional appeal privilege. If subjected to any unfair treatment or witnessing any injustice, one could make a direct appeal to the highest planetary governor of the local star. After Lin Yuan reviewed all the privileges and had a clear understanding in his mind, he immediately opened the shopping options and started selecting various spiritual objects to restore his strength. With the authority of a third-rank citizen during the search, Lin Yuan could see a list that was several times larger. Many unheard-of spiritual objects and wonders continuously appeared. These two then. After half an hour, Lin Yuan finally confirmed his choices. Solar Essence. Cosmic Spiritual Object. 30 million civilization dollars per portion. Lunar Marrow. Cosmic Spiritual Object. 20 million civilization dollars per portion. Lin Yuan, having created the Taiji Dao and encompassing Tai Yin and Tai Yang, naturally needed the most Yang and most Yin objects to recover his strength. In this regard, Solar Essence and Lunar Marrow were suitable. Solar Essence came from stars in the exhaustion phase, and its collection was quite difficult. The price of 30 million per portion was the result of Lin Yuan getting a 20% discount with his third-rank citizen privileges. As for Lunar Marrow, it came from a few special cold planets, often guarded by different species, and was extremely dangerous. In fact, due to the characteristic of the Taiji Dao to merge and convert, Lin Yuan could still recover his full strength even if he continued to take high-grade nutrient solutions, slowly refining the energy within the nutrient solution and transforming it into the power of Tai Yin and power of Tai Yang through the Taiji Dao. However, this method would take a fair amount of time, and a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution was worth 200,000. Lin Yuan had used over 20 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to recover before. Now that his realm had reached the second layer limit to fully recover his strength, at least 200 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution would be needed. Over 200 bottles of high-grade Yin and Yang essence would cost 40 to 50 million, which was not much different in value compared to Lunar Marrow and Solar Essence. He clicked to confirm the purchase of Lunar Marrow and Solar Essence, and set the payment method to the loan limit from the central bank. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, his mood brightening. How to spend the remaining 50 million? Lin Yuan pondered in his mind. Maybe I could buy some evolutionary paths to look at. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. With his against heaven's understanding, examining other evolutionary paths might allow him to further perfect his martial path evolutionary path. Thinking of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan's thoughts once again drifted to the Kanglin evolution ranking. This ranking recorded the most powerful 100 evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star. Before the second crossing, Lin Yuan had uploaded the subsequent Great Grandmaster chapter, mythological chapter, of the Martial Path evolutionary path. The addition of higher levels of cultivation moderately increased the potential of the Martial Path evolutionary path. As reflected on the Kanglin evolution ranking, it went from originally being ranked 93rd to 78th. And just now, he had uploaded the Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin and Yang chapter, especially the Yin and Yang chapter, which was key in allowing the Goddess of Wisdom to start anew in evaluating the Martial Path evolutionary path. Goddess of Wisdom. Where does the Martial Path evolutionary path now rank on the Kanglin evolution ranking? Lin Yuan contacted the Goddess of Wisdom, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. The Kanglin evolution ranking was updated daily at midnight, but as the creator of this evolutionary path, Lin Yuan could naturally ask the Goddess of Wisdom for the real-time ranking. Respected third-rank citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, the comprehensive ranking of the Martial Path evolutionary path is now 8th on the Kanglin evolution ranking. Chapter 52. Top 10 Changes Zhonglan Star Virtual World. Early morning, Central Plaza area. A towering Kanglin evolution ranking stood erect while a middle-aged man with reddened eyes casually sat on a chair, his gaze occasionally flicking towards the evolution ranking. His name was Pei Lu, a member of the Pei family from Kanglin Star. The Pei family was a well-known family of evolvers on Kanglin Star. There were two types of evolvers, unique type evolvers and general type evolvers. Among the unique type evolvers, there were many categories, one of which included lineage evolvers. Lineage evolvers, the foundation of many evolver families, had their evolutionary abilities passed down through their bloodlines. Compared to other evolvers, the cultivation for lineage evolvers was much easier, merely needing to continuously unlock the potential of their bloodlines. Of course, the drawback was also clear: the limit of their bloodline was their own limit. Prior to reaching the limit of their bloodline, they wouldn't encounter any setbacks or obstacles, but once they reached that limit, it was basically impossible to break through. The Pei family was a third-rank lineage evolver family. I wonder why the family head is so concerned about the evolution ranking. Pei Lu was somewhat bored. In 10 minutes, the evolution ranking was due for an update. Ever since, half a year ago, a path called the Martial Path Evolutionary Path broke into the top 100 of the ranking. The family head then ordered him to watch over it at this time every day and to immediately report any changes back to the family. Actually, not just the Pei family, but other powers on Kanglan Star had basically started sending people to guard the evolution ranking. The Kanglan evolution ranking was not just a list of ranks. Many evolutionary paths recorded on it were connected to the future situation on Kanglan Star. For example, if a citizen wished to try becoming an evolver, they would naturally prefer choosing an evolutionary path listed on the evolution ranking. Evolvers of the same evolutionary path naturally gravitated towards each other and easily grouped together. Over time, forming a group was nothing unusual. At that moment, as long as the creator of this evolutionary path stepped forward, they could easily rally a response, and establishing a force corresponding to that evolutionary path was merely a matter of speaking out. The 100 evolutionary paths on the Kanglan evolution ranking represented the most powerful 100 forces on Kanglan Star. These forces were deeply intertwined within Kanglan Star, and their influence even spread to nearby star domains. Half a year ago, the Martial Path evolutionary path had risen remarkably, entering the top 100 of the ranking and causing a massive impact, dropping many jaws in surprise. Just a few months later, not a few citizens on Kanglan Star embarked on the Martial Path evolutionary path. Although no evolvers of corresponding realms, i.e., the Grandmaster realm, had yet appeared, given enough time, it was only a matter of when. Since the Martial Path evolutionary path had appeared on the evolution ranking, it must have been recognized by the three goddesses, ensuring the correctness of its cultivation progress. Martial Path evolutionary path. Pei Lu's expression became slightly serious. He had reviewed this evolutionary path in the Innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter. He had also recognized where the advantages of this evolutionary path lay. That was its low threshold. Compared to other evolutionary paths which required various external substances and medicines, or even special environments. The Martial Path evolutionary path almost had no requirements, simply needing citizens to cultivate day after day as instructed. Perhaps stepping into the Grandmaster realm is difficult and requires some talent, but for the Innate realm, out of 3,000 or 4,000 citizens, producing one was not very difficult. It's a pity. The limit is not high, only third rank. Pei Lu couldn't help but shake his head. His bloodline was also only third rank, but on Kanglan Star, the world of bloodlines had always been uniform, only occasionally seeing existences with bloodlines reaching the 4th rank or even the 5th rank. However, recently, the Martial Path evolutionary path moved up from 93rd to 78th place, which is quite interesting. Did the founder improve the related concepts? Pei Lu couldn't help thinking to himself. He was not too concerned about it. The Kanglan evolution ranking was divided into 4 layers. The top 10 was 1 layer. From 11th to 30th was 1 layer. From 31st to 50th was 1 layer. From 51st to 100 was 1 layer. From 51st to 100, the difference among these 50 evolutionary paths was not significant. The limit was also generally third rank. Centuries ago, no new evolutionary path had broken into the evolution ranking. But changes from the top 50 to the top 100 in the ranking were not uncommon. The Martial Path evolutionary path, its potential is already set, belonging to the 4th layer of the evolution ranking. Perhaps soon, there will be evolvers of this path establishing a force that could shake Kanglan Star? Pei Lu stroked his chin and speculated. Just then, the distant towering evolution ranking's surface suddenly became blurry. It's updating. Pei Lu's thoughts twitched, and he watched intently. At that moment, other figures in the plaza similarly looked over. Very soon, new text re-emerged. Pei Lu, out of curiosity about the Martial Path evolutionary path, directed his gaze straight to the 78th place. Huh! Why is the Martial Path evolutionary path gone? Pei Lu was shocked. Subconsciously, he looked further down. 79th place. 80th place, 90th place, 100th place. Pei Lu's expression changed. Could there be a problem with the martial path evolutionary path? Was he kicked out by the goddess of wisdom? Pei Lu found it hard to believe. At the same time, he began from the 78th position and looked upward. 70th place, 69th place, 60th place, 50th place, until he had seen all the rankings of the last 50 positions on the evolution ranking. Pei Lu still did not see the martial path evolutionary path. What on earth happened? Pei Lu's eyebrows furrowed deeply. At that moment, Pei Lu suddenly noticed that the other people in the plaza had become somewhat noisy, especially a few individuals who couldn't control themselves and stood up from their positions, craning their necks to look up at the top of the evolution ranking. What's happening? Pei Lu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. For several months, he had been watching the updated rankings on the evolution ranking right here. The other people in the plaza had also been very quiet, so what was happening today? Pei Lu didn't understand. Subconsciously, he looked towards the top of the evolution ranking, the top 10 positions. It was just a glance. Pei Lu then saw that the 8th evolutionary path on the original evolution ranking had become the martial path evolutionary path. This? Pei Lu's eyes widened, and it took him a long time to collect his thoughts. The martial path evolutionary path? Number 8? Wasn't it 78th yesterday? Pei Lu was completely taken aback and instinctively looked at the 11th position. The Titan evolutionary path. This was originally the 10th on the evolution ranking. Now it had been pushed down to the 11th place. This is big news. Pei Lu swallowed hard and immediately began to contact the family head to send this information back. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence 32. A strange man stopped, standing in front of the door. Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan. This is the item you purchased. You can open it with your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy handed over by the other party, running his finger over the top of the alloy box. Beep. Fingerprint verified. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, and Lin Yuan took the alloy box directly. The box was light, and if it weren't for the faint sensation of huge energy fluctuations inside, Lin Yuan might think there was nothing much inside. As expected of cosmic spiritual objects, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He could feel the energy fluctuations inside the box belonging to Taiyang and Taiyin, even though they were not as strong as the power of Taiyang and Taiyin inside the true martial sword in the Dragon Tiger world. They were not far off. Mr. Lin Yuan, if you confirm there's no issue with the item, you could sign here. The delivery man next to him spoke up to remind him, looking at Lin Yuan with a hint of envy. Even though he didn't know what was inside the alloy box, he knew that the delivered item was of the highest class. And usually, an item of this level was valued at least in the tens of millions, and anyone who could casually offer tens of millions in civilization currency was not ordinary. After Lin Yuan's signature, the delivery man then turned and left. Lin Yuan, holding the box, returned to the underground training grounds. Click. The box opened. It revealed 2 containers made from a special transparent metal inside. The left container displayed a fiery red color, while the right one displayed a deep blue color. Truly beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 types of cosmic spiritual objects. After admiring it for a moment, he immediately began to train. 2 days later, the underground training ground. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged. In front of him, both solar essence and lunar marrow were almost consumed. Second layer limit. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the solar essence and lunar marrow, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. With these 2 types of cosmic spiritual objects, Lin Yuan had restored all of his strength in just 2 days. Chapter 53. Endless starry sky strength hasn't been affected at all. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then nodded slightly. Although, in the Dragon Tiger world, he had grown familiar with his own power. But after all, the main world was another world, and there were subtle differences between different worlds. The Tao of Taiji. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and his feet left the ground, floating in mid-air. In the Dragon Tiger world, as long as one reached the level of a heavenly master, one could walk in the air. In the main world, due to the different focuses of the various evolutionary paths, the rank at which one could achieve levitation also varied. Most evolutionary paths allowed for levitation at the 3rd rank. A few special evolutionary paths enabled levitation at the 2nd layer. Of course, there were also some evolutionary paths that only granted the ability to levitate at the 4th rank. Lin Yuan came to the rooftop of the residential building. He stepped out, his body suspended in the air, ready to soar. But suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. His body shrank back. This isn't the Dragon-Tiger world. In the Dragon-Tiger world, Lin Yuan could fly however he wanted. But in the main world, on the highly advanced Kanglan star, did it really seem like the planetary defense system didn't exist? With Lin Yuan's speed and life fluctuation, as long as he dared to appear in the sky, he would inevitably be detected by the planetary defense system. If he were to be surrounded, that would still be okay, but if he were mistakenly identified as a different species invader, and were to be directly targeted by electromagnetic cannons, laser beams, and other energy weapons, even Lin Yuan would suffer a significant loss. Respected Level 3 citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, if you wish to fly, there is no need for any concerns. You may roam the skies of the entire eastern continent at will. A solemn and cold voice came through. It was the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan was currently on top of the residential building, which did not fall under the privacy space agreed upon by the Human Alliance. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom had the right to observe. Then, deducing Lin Yuan's intention from his earlier actions, the goddess of wisdom considerately provided relevant advice. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's mind immediately settled. As long as the goddess of wisdom thought there was no problem, that was all that mattered. Even Kanglan Star's highest security planetary defense system, if the goddess of wisdom wanted to take control, she could do so at any time. Whoosh! Lin Yuan shot straight into the sky. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, as he levitated, the invisible fluctuations enveloping Kanglan Star seemed to be torn open by a small gap. Centered on Lin Yuan in a radius of several hundred miles, all sensing devices and monitoring methods failed. Beep! In the security center of Kanglan Star, a staff member looked at the enormous monitoring screen with a surprised expression. What's wrong? A colleague casually inquired. Nothing. The goddess just redirected some data, answered the staff member. That's normal, said the colleague with a shrug. The goddess of wisdom managed all the civic logistics for the entire Human Alliance and often took control of Kanglan Star's security systems. Redirecting some data was hardly a cause for concern. High above Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan lay on his back on a cloud. His gaze turned toward the direction of outer space. A bit further out and I should be beyond Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the protection of Kanglan Star, one would have to face various kinds of radiation from the starry sky, and without oxygen and other materials, an evolver below the 6th rank couldn't survive long in the true starry sky. This is the starry sky. Lin Yuan had never observed the cosmic starry skies up close, quite like now. For a moment he was somewhat entranced. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. This continued for more than half an hour. Only then did Lin Yuan snap out of his immersed state. It's a pity. The starry universe is too far away for me now. Feeling it out forcefully, it's impossible to gain anything in a short time. Lin Yuan sighed. Like in the Dragon-Tiger world where he contemplated the Tai Chi Yin and Yang Dao. It took Lin Yuan almost 10 years to fully comprehend it. As for the more vast and boundless cosmic starry sky, Lin Yuan thought that to fully understand it might take hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years, or possibly even longer. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan's current realm was too low. If Lin Yuan were at the 6th rank, 7th rank, or even 8th rank, and then observed the cosmic starry sky, his speed of comprehension would certainly far surpass his present rate. The essence of what could be comprehended with against heaven's understanding depended on the height from which Lin Yuan stood. Simply put, the stronger Lin Yuan became, the more he would comprehend. It's still more convenient to directly purchase an evolutionary path for comprehension. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The evolutionary paths, including the martial path evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan himself. They are all in-depth analyses of certain paths or powers. Compared to comprehending nature and the universe, comprehending an evolutionary path is like taking a shortcut. It's like how students learn from textbooks, although in theory, without textbooks, they could still learn, deducing complex formulas on their own from real-life situations. However, doing so would be incredibly inefficient. Nowhere near as simple as learning directly from a textbook. Next, Lin Yuan continued to watch the cosmic starry sky for a while. Then he returned to his residence in Shueiyue residential complex. Once his consciousness connected to the virtual world, Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space. The virtual world is divided into two parts. One is personal space, and the other is public areas. Public areas are subdivided into central plaza area, living area, trading area, arena area, and so on. So many private messages? Upon checking, Lin Yuan found over 10,000 unread private messages. It's about the martial path evolutionary path. Having briefly read the first few messages, Lin Yuan roughly understood what was going on. The Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin and Yang chapter he uploaded 2 days ago caused the potential of the martial path evolutionary path to skyrocket, pushing its ranking on the Kanglin evolution ranking into the top 8. This naturally caused a disturbance among the various powers on Kanglin star, prompting many people to attempt to contact the founder of the martial path evolutionary path. Since Lin Yuan had concealed his citizen number, only leaving a moniker called Yuan, those who wanted to contact him could only do so through private messages. Not very interesting. Lin Yuan spent half an hour to browse through the more than 10,000 private messages. The messages mainly fell into 4 categories. First, wishing to get to know Lin Yuan. Second, wanting to recruit Lin Yuan into their own faction. Third, wishing to ally with Lin Yuan. Fourth, inquiring about issues related to the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan largely ignored the first 3 types of messages. It was only the 4th type. People who sent the 4th type of messages were generally intending to try the martial path evolutionary path, or they had already embarked on it. These individuals wanted guidance from the founder of the evolutionary path himself, Lin Yuan, and were willing to pay a hefty sum for it. One of the messages said they were willing to pay 10 million civilization coins for 3 hours of Lin Yuan's guidance. 3 hours. 10 million? Lin Yuan was indeed tempted. After his own promotion to 3rd-rank citizen, the congratulatory gift from the Cosmic Human Alliance was also of this amount. Moreover, for guidance, it was not necessary to do one-on-one tutoring. One could easily teach a class with dozens of people at once. Even Lin Yuan could release paid videos of the martial path evolutionary path. Even if the price were a bit lower, as long as he, the founder, published it, would the citizens who had embarked on the martial path evolutionary path not buy in? Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. How many citizens are there currently practicing the martial path evolutionary path? Lin Yuan asked directly. He had uploaded the martial path evolutionary path more than half a year ago. With the publicity of the Kanglin evolution ranking, he estimated that many citizens had become aware of this evolution path by now. After all, most evolution paths have various restrictions, such as requiring financial support and so on. But the martial path evolutionary path doesn't greatly demand financial resources. Of course, here not greatly is relative to the current living standards of citizens. At the very least, one should not eat too lightly since practicing martial arts requires the support of qi and blood, and every meal should contain meat. And this requirement poses no difficulty for human citizens. In the starfaring era, even if you completely lie flat and do not work, you can still receive welfare payments from the government every month. As long as there are no demands for the quality of life, there are no problems. Currently, the number of citizens who have completed the innate chapter of the martial path evolutionary path is 1,232, and for the Grandmaster chapter, there are none. The Goddess of Wisdom provided the answer. So soon? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. You must know, the innate chapter of the martial path evolutionary path corresponds to innate realm martial Taoists. And in the martial world, innate realm martial Taoists could dominate an area. The great Zen temple, with 1,000 years of heritage, had several thousands of martial monks but only just over 50 who had reached the innate realm. But Lin Yuan quickly reconsidered and felt it was normal. This is Kanglin's star, where technology is incredibly advanced. Although the martial path evolutionary path doesn't demand much financially, if one has abundant financial resources, for the Grandmaster chapter and Great Grandmaster chapter one might have to rely on oneself, but for the innate chapter it's still possible to utilize external resources. In the martial world, methods for quick advancement in the innate realm include consuming heavenly spirit fruits. And these so-called heavenly spirit fruits in the main world would probably be some sort of spiritual objects, which somewhat positioned citizens are likely able to purchase. Chapter 54. Choices, however, while reaching the innate realm is easy, progressing to Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster is difficult. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The innate realm corresponds to the evolvers of the Cosmic Human Alliance who have not yet entered a rank. The Grandmaster, on the other hand, is a ranked evolver. Wanting to step into the Grandmaster realm through the martial path evolutionary path required perfect mastery of one's own power, something that external forces couldn't assist with. Virtual World Kanglin Star, Central Plaza Area. Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared here. Kanglin Evolution Ranking. Lin Yuan looked up towards the distant majestic leaderboard. At the top of the 8th line, the words Martial Path Evolutionary Path were engraved. Perhaps because of the significant changes in this evolution ranking, there were many more people in the Central Plaza area. What is so mysterious about the Martial Path Evolutionary Path that it has made it into the top 8 of the evolution rankings? I heard that the second layer of this evolutionary path involves the fusion and transformation of 2 types of extreme forces, which is why it soared from 78th to 8th. The fusion and transformation of 2 extreme forces? My God, who is the mastermind who created this evolutionary path? Not sure, but on Kanglin Star, only a few scholars who study evolutionary paths or those research teams could possibly develop such a high-level evolutionary path. Apart from them, no one else has the foundation to develop this kind of evolutionary path. The crowd in the plaza whispered among themselves. Lin Yuan listened casually. Those who could enter the virtual world were either second-level citizens or above, or evolvers with sources of information far and wide. There were all sorts of speculations about the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Some even thought that the Martial Path Evolutionary Path must have been uploaded by scholars from other planets who specifically came to Kanglin Star. Otherwise, why had they never heard of such a potentially immense evolutionary path? Lin Yuan remained expressionless. The discussing crowd would never dream that the creator of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was him, a student who had not yet reached 20 and had just graduated. There's no need to reveal my identity now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The founder of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path had already attracted the attention of various parties. If Lin Yuan were to reveal his identity, the benefits were few, but the drawbacks were plenty. Indeed, with Lin Yuan's status always capable of advancing to 4th-level citizen, he attracted the attention of the Goddess of Wisdom. With the Goddess of Wisdom's intervention, she could suppress all internal human voices. But what about externally? What about those different species? Lin Yuan, not even 20 years old, had already developed a martial path evolutionary path capable of reaching the 6th rank. Not just on Kanglin Star, but even in nearby star domains it was considered extremely prominent. And the more prominent it was, the more it would attract the attention of those different species. If it were just about another high-rank evolver, the different species might not consider it much. After all, even the strongest evolver could only dominate for a limited time. But if Lin Yuan were truly to develop the Martial Path Evolutionary Path up to the 6th rank, a completely new 6th rank evolutionary path would represent not just one 6th rank evolver but a continuous group of 6th rank evolvers. Those different species lurking in the shadows, once informed, would certainly opt to assassinate Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan died, the Martial Path Evolutionary Path would lose its founder, making it very difficult for others to continue on this path. This was precisely why Lin Yuan could not expose his identity. Even the Goddess of Wisdom suggested that Lin Yuan keep his identity hidden. As for his citizen level, Lin Yuan's rapid multi-level advancement in citizen level was indeed somewhat strange. But who could know that the merit points Lin Yuan used to increase his citizen level were obtained through uploading the Martial Path evolutionary path. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, there was more than one way to earn merit points, as long as one could gain the recognition of the Goddess of Wisdom and the other two goddesses. Huilin Community. Residence number 118. This residence was a gift of apology from Chu Xiu's grandfather to Lin Yuan during a family banquet at the Lin family a while ago. Although it couldn't compare to the mansions worth tens of millions in Shueiyue residential complex, it was still valued at 5 to 6 million, which was far superior to the previous residence where Lin Yuan and his family lived. Afterward, Lin Yuan let his parents move in, since he spent most of his time in Shueiyue residential complex, and this residence was not needed. Early morning. Lin Yuan was sitting on the living room sofa. I really became an evolver? At that moment, Lin Yuan's father, Lin Shouqing, rushed out, full of disbelief. He felt his body brimming with strength, a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones. Xiao Yuan, what on earth is going on? His mother, Lu Qiong, also had an incredulous look on her face. They had just woken up this morning to find Lin Yuan standing in front of their bed, telling them that they had become evolvers. Initially, Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong did not believe it. Becoming an evolver was not that easy. It was said that many evolution paths required enduring brutal training, and only those who could withstand it had any hope of becoming evolvers. Yet they had been living a life of utter comfort recently. With Lin Yuan's influence, Lin Shaoqing's position had risen several ranks, which was truly like riding the spring breeze. There was simply no precondition for becoming evolvers. But now, feeling their bodies as if rejuvenated and the warm current continuously circulating within them, one could only imagine the astonishment in the hearts of Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong. Don't worry, I purchased a special potion and used it while you were sleeping so you could wake up as evolvers, Lin Yuan explained with a smile. In fact, last night, Lin Yuan had performed the marrow cleansing for Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong. With Lin Yuan's strength, even a simple marrow cleansing could significantly enhance their physiques, meeting the standards of an evolver. Ah, that special potion must be expensive, right? Xiao Yuan, don't be reckless with money. Your dad and I don't necessarily need to become evolvers. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong immediately asked with concern. Lin Shouqing also nodded incessantly at the side. It was said that even the lowest grade genetic potion cost 1 million civilization coins and also required corresponding permissions. And for both of them it would be 2 million, which was more money than they could ever earn in their lifetimes. Don't worry, it wasn't much money. It's part of the benefits for evolvers, Lin Yuan said casually. For him, the marrow cleansing did not cause any loss of primordial qi, with Taiyin and Taiyang converting into each other, taking only a few breaths to recover. Moreover, this marrow cleansing was far more effective than any genetic potion. Genetic potions work by replacing a few genes in the body to strengthen oneself. Once someone takes a genetic potion, it is as if their path is permanently fixed. They cannot switch to other evolution paths. But marrow cleansing merely enhances the physique, allowing Lin Shouqing and his wife to take any evolution path they choose in the future, leveraging their strong physiques to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Ah, I want to become an evolver too. His sister, Lin Yi, came over, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lin Yuan. You are still too young. Don't rush. Give it a few more years. Lin Yuan, dismissing the completely crestfallen expression on his sister's face, said a few perfunctory words. Although Lin Yi did not believe this reasoning, the fact remained. Even if they were truly to undergo marrow cleansing, it had to be considered only after full physical development. Otherwise, it might prematurely fix the body and lead to consequences like halting its development. Who would have thought I, Lin Shouqing, would one day become an evolver in this lifetime? Lin Shouqing said with an emotional look on his face as he listened to Lin Yuan's explanation. It is often said that a son relies on his father, and whether it's a case of officials or rich second generation, it seems it has reversed in the case of Lin Shouqing now. Nighttime. Shueiyue Residential Complex. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged in the underground training arena. A layer of light screen appeared in front of him, constantly flashing various evolution paths. Having restored his full strength, Lin Yuan planned to purchase one evolution path to comprehend and perfect his own martial Tao. The evolution paths Lin Yuan was interested in were mainly 4th-rank evolution paths and 5th-rank evolution paths, and adding the cost of direct purchase, naturally they are not cheap. With Lin Yuan's current financial status, he could afford only one. After selecting for a long while, Lin Yuan finally narrowed down to a choice from 3 evolution paths. These 3 evolution paths were the Golem evolution path, the Force evolution path, the Myriad Forms evolution path. Chapter 55 Chikuan Star Domain. Each of the 3 evolutionary paths has its strengths and focuses on different aspects. The Golem evolution path is created by studying the flesh of a starry sky alien race known as golems. When cultivated to the extreme, one can incarnate as a golem. Of course, it is a weakened version of the golem. The golem race is a powerful alien race whose physical bodies can traverse the cosmic starry skies. Although the golem race is rare, every adult golem is capable of contending with 6th-rank human evolvers in strength. Even a weakened version of a golem incarnated through the golem evolution skill can be comparable to 4th or 5th-rank evolvers. Incarnating as a golem, forget it? Lin Yuan pondered carefully for a while and shook his head. It's undeniable that the golem evolution path has its unique insights into the transformation of the physical body. This is also why Lin Yuan included this evolution path as one of the final 3 options. However, the ultimate stage of cultivating this evolution skill requires altering one's bodily form, which Lin Yuan found somewhat unacceptable at the moment. It's not that Lin Yuan finds the appearance of the golem race unattractive, but once he starts cultivating this evolution skill, he would have to follow through to the end. Even if Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, were to find a way to start over, it would certainly be incredibly troublesome. With that in mind, Lin Yuan turned to the Origin Force evolution skill. The Force evolution path is a 5th-rank evolution skill that focuses on comprehending the ubiquitous origin force within the cosmic starry skies. Origin Force is a very special energy. Unlike the extreme energies of Tai Yin and Tai Yang alone, it can encompass everything. This is somewhat similar to the Tao of Taiji that emerges from the fusion of Tai Yin and Tai Yang. As for the final Myriad Appearances evolution path, it leans more towards the evolution of the spirit and soul. It excels in soul attacks and can be seen as an upgraded version of the Psyche Master evolution path. The Force evolution path it is, Lin Yuan decided in his heart. The similarities between the Force evolution path and the Tao of Taiji within the martial Tao path make this choice more beneficial for Lin Yuan. Beep. As 40 million civilization currency was deducted, Lin Yuan immediately received the complete Force evolution path. Unlike buying physical items, virtual things like evolution paths can be obtained instantly. TSK. It's really expensive, Lin Yuan commented with some emotion. But since it wasn't his own money being spent, but rather the credit limit from the central bank, he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Open. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly. The icon belonging to the Force evolution path immediately became blurry. The first thing that caught his eye was a red font warning. This evolution path must not be disclosed to others, or else it will be subjected to the Supreme Court's judgment in the Cosmic Human Alliance. Any evolution path is legally protected. Unauthorized sharing is prohibited. Ordinary citizens have 2 ways to obtain an evolution path. One is, like Lin Yuan, to directly purchase with civilization currency. However, normal citizens usually buy the evolutionary paths piece by piece. For example, if they are buying the 5th-rank Force evolution path, they would first choose to purchase the 1st-rank section. After completing the 1st rank, they would go on to buy the 2nd-rank section. This way, the financial burden is greatly reduced. A complete Force evolution path is worth 40 million, but if it's just the 1st-rank section, it might be acquired for tens of thousands. The second way is through a contract with other powers if one really doesn't have the money. The power would sponsor you and give you the chance to become an evolver. If you eventually become an evolver, you must serve the power for 50 years or 100 years. If you don't become an evolver in the end, it's likely you'll have to serve that power for most of your life. The powers here could be official or unofficial. Lin Yuan, having previously been included in the compulsory conscription quota, considered signing a contract with a power to become an evolver first. However, reservists spotted by the military district seldom get poached by unofficial powers. I wonder how much the martial Dao evolutionary path is selling for now, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. After uploading the martial Dao evolution path, Lin Yuan set the price for the first rank content at 10,000 civilization currency. There was no choice, as the martial Dao evolutionary path was just a quasi-second rank evolution path when Lin Yuan uploaded it. Even with a theoretical potential of third rank, it still couldn't compare with the force evolution path. Setting the price at 10,000 civilization currency was within a reasonable range. As for the content of the second rank of the martial Dao path, due to its connection with the Dao of Taiji, Lin Yuan directly set a high price of 500,000. A few days ago, Lin Yuan learned that over 1,000 citizens were cultivating the martial Dao evolution path. If these 1,000+ people only purchased the first rank content, then it's sold for over 10 million in total. After the official 7/10 share deduction, that leaves over 3 million. After related taxes and fees, Lin Yuan would get roughly 2 million in hand. Of course, this doesn't rule out the possibility that a few wealthy individuals bought the complete martial Dao evolution path outright. I'll know in a few more months, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The revenue split for evolution paths is settled once a year in the virtual world. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yuan began to formally view the force evolution path. Before the main text of the evolution skill, there's a section on its origins. Cosmic Human Alliance Moon Spirit Star. Moon Spirit Star is a higher-grade life planet in the Chiquin Star domain. Kanglan Star also belongs to the Chiquin Star domain, but it is a middle-grade life planet. Chiquin Star domain possesses 8 major star systems, each encompassing hundreds of billions of stars, as well as more than 120,000 life planets. The origin force of the universe is a very special energy. It's gentle and it's vast. Lin Yuan read carefully. At the same time, your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to gloss over the force evolution path and arrive at an insight into the essence of origin force. As if in a trance, Lin Yuan seemed to find himself among the cosmic starry skies. Here, countless forms of energy existed. There was the power of Taiyang, the power of Taiyin, and more so, the origin force. Lin Yuan could feel the affinity the origin force had for him. He even attempted to control this gentle power. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. What's this? Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. He saw that at some point, a layer of grime had appeared on the surface of his skin. Have I completed the origin force body refining? Lin Yuan quickly realized. Body refining with origin force is one of the signs of great proficiency in controlling the origin force within the force evolution path. One engages the omnipresent origin force of the cosmic starry sky to refine the body. How much time has passed? Lin Yuan glanced at the time. 8 hours. A shock went through Lin Yuan's heart. He had been immersed in cultivation for such a long time. If other evolvers who were practicing the evolution skill of origin force knew that Lin Yuan merely took 8 hours to reach great proficiency in controlling origin force and had completed origin force body refining, they would probably feel suicidal. In the practice of origin force evolution skill, the hardest step is to perceive the existence of origin force. Just this aspect alone usually requires several years for ordinary evolvers to experience and feel. As for quickly advancing to great proficiency in origin force and body refining, don't even think about it without several decades. Unless one's physique is special and innately close to the universe's origin force, that's roughly the time frame. But Lin Yuan took only 8 hours. This was simply freakish. Body refining with origin force did not cause any rejection by the Taiyin and Taiyang powers within my body. It seems this evolution path is very suitable for my understanding. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, feeling that his choice did not have any mistakes. Within the cosmic starry skies, various complex energies intertwined with each other. Without the guidance of the origin force evolution path, even with Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, to lock onto a type of energy that suits oneself from so many energies, it would take a terrifying amount of time. Not to mention, the universe's origin force is a very suitable power for Lin Yuan. With the Tao of Taiji as the foundation, and the universe's origin force as the main body, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, faintly seeing the direction towards the third rank. In the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan had reached the second layer limit with the Tao of Taiji and even had 1 foot into the third rank. But ultimately, he was not at the third rank. Now, however, as he continually grasped the essence of origin force, Lin Yuan was not far from stepping into the third rank. Time had passed by another 8 hours. While Lin Yuan continued to be engrossed in comprehending the Tao of origin force, a female mechanic robot arrived at the underground training field, pulling a trolley in front of Lin Yuan. "Master, it's time to eat," the female mechanic robot said. In the interstellar age, most families arranged for a housekeeper robot at home. This female mechanic robot was the housekeeper robot bought by Lin Yuan, responsible for housework, cooking, acting as a bodyguard, and so on. When Lin Yuan lived with his parents, his mother, Lu Qiong, disliked the soulless food prepared by robots. She usually cooked herself. Lin Yuan didn't have such feelings. With his current powerful digestive abilities, he wouldn't have any problems even with raw food. Opening the dining table, the housekeeper robot served 7 or 8 dishes. They were mostly meat dishes, cultivated from the genes of various enormous starry sky beasts, containing an incredibly high amount of energy. If an ordinary citizen ate this meat, just 2 or 3 bites would be overwhelming, but Lin Yuan was different. With his powerful body, digesting this meat was only a matter of 1 or 2 hours. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan finished all the food. In fact, with Lin Yuan's current conditions, he could completely rely on taking nutrient solutions to maintain the nutrients required by the body. But years of dietary habits made Lin Yuan still prefer to eat various kinds of visible food. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to continue immersing himself in cultivation, a video call suddenly popped into his view. "Who's looking for me?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Mr. Liao. Chapter 56. Combat Power Glasses. Mr. Liao is the chairman of the Dongning City Evolvers Association. Lin Yuan had met with him a few times and they got along quite well. Click to answer the call. Mr. Liao's hologram appeared in front of Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, how are you considering the matter from last time?" Mr. Liao asked with a smile. "The matter from last time," Lin Yuan recalled. During the Lin family's banquet, Mr. Liao, the chairman of the Evolvers Association, personally visited to invite Lin Yuan to represent Dongning City in the Kanglan Star Arena competition. As for the reward, as long as Lin Yuan managed to rank within the top 5,000 in the Kanglan Star Arena competition, the Evolvers Association of Dongning City would provide 50 million yuan as a reward. Of course, what Lin Yuan truly valued was not the 50 million, but rather the rewards given by Kanglan Star officials for placing within the top 3,000, or even within the top 1,000 or 500. There were many kinds of rewards. Cash, in fact, was the least valuable among them. All kinds of cosmic spiritual objects, many evolution paths, even treasures of different species, all were included in the list. Furthermore, exchanging blows with other evolvers. For Lin Yuan, that was also a good thing. With his against heaven's understanding, he could glimpse the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent's evolution paths, although it couldn't compare to directly reading the evolution paths. If quality was insufficient, quantity would make up for it. The most important thing was that the virtual world hosted the arena competition. This was equivalent to Lin Yuan not having to risk anything. He didn't even need to travel to gain all the aforementioned benefits. "No problem," Lin Yuan nodded. "That's good." Mr. Liao breathed a sigh of relief internally. Compared to other evolvers, Lin Yuan was still a second-layer citizen. While the Evolvers Association could indeed manage evolvers, they had no control over higher-level citizens. Therefore, he was exceptionally polite to Lin Yuan, much warmer than he was towards any first-rank 12-segment evolvers. "By the way, if Mr. Lin has time, could you come to the association tomorrow? There are 3 other evolvers who will be participating in the arena competition with you. You could get to know each other in advance. After all, there is a team match in the competition and you will need to cooperate with each other," Mr. Liao said cautiously. "No problem," Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Since becoming an evolver, the number of other evolvers Lin Yuan had met could be counted on one hand. Now presented with the opportunity to interact with other evolvers, he wasn't about to let it slip away. Who knows, maybe he could gain something from them with his against heaven's understanding. Those who had been chosen by Mr. Liao to participate in the competition were probably all first-rank 12-segment evolvers. Evolution paths practiced by evolvers of this level were generally not simple. After finishing his conversation with Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in comprehending the Force Evolution Path. Lin Yuan was comprehending the Force Evolution Path, not practicing it. He was integrating the Force Evolution Path into his own martial Tao through the way of Taiji. That is what Lin Yuan was doing. Comprehending other evolution paths certainly did happen among evolvers, but like Lin Yuan, directly assimilating an entire evolution system was quite alarming to hear. Yet Lin Yuan was confident about it. Firstly, the Taiji Dao was quite compatible with the cosmic origin force. Secondly, given the exaggerated efficiency of his against heaven's understanding, completing this task was merely a matter of time. Whether it takes months or 1 or 2 years. The next day, Lin Yuan ended a night of practice and got ready to visit the Evolvers Association. Ordinary citizens might feel listless the next day without sleep, but for an almost third-rank evolver like Lin Yuan, this was hardly an issue. With the Tao of Taiji and the continuous cycle of yin and yang, it was rare for him to be in a bad state. No matter how great the expenditure, a few cycles of Tai Yin and Tai Yang would restore him. Mr. Lin, the security guard at the Shuiwei residential complex, saluted Lin Yuan with respect upon seeing him. Those who lived in this complex were invariably wealthy or distinguished. Moreover, when Lin Yuan initially purchased his residence here, the sales manager Mr. Wang's extremely respectful demeanor had been observed by many. Even if unaware of Lin Yuan's exact status, it was clear he was not someone they could afford to overlook or treat negligently. Whoosh! Lin Yuan walked out of the Shuiwei residential complex. A sleek black hovercar was parked on the roadside. It was indeed the dedicated car from the Evolvers Association, waiting outside the Shuiwei residential complex from early in the morning. Mr. Lin, please come inside. A tall man in black got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for Lin Yuan. With current scientific technology, autonomous driving had long been perfected, but when receiving important guests, real drivers were still often preferred. After all, compared to cold intelligence, it's more pleasant to interact with a living person. The Evolvers Association. The 23rd floor. 3 figures were sitting casually. I don't know what's gotten into Mr. Liao this time, inviting some unknown person to the competition. The figure on the left said casually, his tone clearly dissatisfied. His name was Chao Rong, an evolver with impressive evolutive talent. He had already reached the level of a first-rank 12-segment evolver. He had participated in several previous competitions, and while he hadn't achieved any impressive rankings, his performances had been good. The 4 evolvers from Dongning City who were to participate in the arena competition all knew each other quite well. However, at this year's competition, Mr. Liao intervened, forcibly replacing one of them and enlisting another evolver to join the 3 in the competition. Chao Rong understood Mr. Liao's intention. Their past performances in several competitions had been poor, and he wanted to improve the results by changing members. But randomly replacing a member with someone unfamiliar could lead to the final results not improving and possibly even declining. Since Mr. Liao sees potential, he must indeed have some skill. The figure on the right hesitated for a moment before speaking up. This figure was named Lu Shiguang, a bloodline evolver who was now at the first-rank 12th segment. Humph! Chao Rong snorted coldly. He then turned to look at the figure seated in the center. He was the strongest evolver among the 3 of them. Chao Rong, you make a move later, try to test his limits. Zhong Bei's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke. In Dongning City, among the evolvers eligible for the arena competition, Zhong Bei was undoubtedly the strongest. In past arena competitions, Zhong Bei performed well, almost breaking into the top 5,000 once. No problem. Chao Rong immediately became excited. After discussing the new member, they started talking about their own matters. I brought back a good thing from Heiwu Star this time. Chao Rong took out a pair of black-framed glasses and introduced with a hint of pride. These glasses are the latest research achievement from Heiwu Star. They can capture minute pieces of information and then provide an approximate assessment based on the combat power. Oh! Lu Shiguang looked curious. Zhong Bai also looked over. Hehe. Let me show you guys. Chao Rong put on the black-framed glasses and then looked towards Lu Shiguang. Ziguang's combat power is 986, which is above average for the first rank, 12th segment. Chao Rong pressed the side of the glasses and said, "The combat power of the first rank, 12th segment is usually between 800 and 1100. My combat power is 1003, somewhat stronger than you, Shiguang." Chao Rong said, quite pleased with himself. "Take a look at my combat power." Zhong Bai couldn't help but speak up. "Big brother Zhong, your combat power, hiss, is actually 1098, almost reaching the first rank's limit." Chao Rong, wearing the glasses, looked towards Zhong Bai and exclaimed with slight surprise. He knew Zhong Bai was the strongest among the three of them, but he hadn't anticipated Zhong Bai to be so formidable. "It seems quite accurate." Zhong Bai nodded slightly, making a comment. Recently, he had made further progress on his evolution path and was indeed nearing the limit of the first rank. He hadn't told anyone about this, yet now Chao Rong had noticed it, evidently showing the glasses were no simple accessory. "What is the observation limit of these glasses?" Zhong Bai suddenly asked. "Ordinary second-layer evolvers should be detectable," Chao Rong replied. As it was the newest product and additional functions were still under development, there were many inadequacies in the glasses at the present. "Second rank, that's enough," Lu Shiguang remarked with a sense of emotion. There wasn't a single true second-rank evolver throughout Dongning City, so these glasses were quite practical. "That's for sure." Chao Rong spoke with a tone of self-satisfaction. To acquire these glasses, he had paid a significant price. Naturally, he was extremely happy to be able to show off in front of his friends. Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened. Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the others immediately stopped their conversation. It must be that person arriving. Chao Rong immediately felt assured. Mr. Liao had scheduled a time with them, which was about now. "Don't worry, big brother Zhong." Chao Rong took a step out, not forgetting to nod towards Zhong Bai. Soon, a young man stepped out of the elevator. "Is this the person Mr. Liao recommended?" Lu Shiguang scrutinized him carefully. After looking for a while, Lu Shiguang felt something was amiss. Why hasn't Chao Rong spoken until now? Wasn't he supposed to test that person's limits? Zhong Bai beside him also looked puzzled. The two of them subconsciously turned to look at Chao Rong. What they saw was Chao Rong standing rigid, and upon closer examination, it became apparent that his forehead was beaded with sweat. Even his legs were trembling faintly. At this, Chao Rong's right hand pressed the glasses, his thoughts in turmoil. In his view at that moment, all he saw were the blood-red warning hints displayed by the glasses. Extreme danger alert. Subject detected. Combat power. 2000. Combat power. 3000. Combat power. 5000. Combat power. 9000. Boom. The black-framed glasses that Chao Rong was wearing exploded outright. Chapter 57. My combat power is only 1000. He must have at least 10,000 Evolvers Association, 23rd layer. The shattered glasses fell to the ground. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang couldn't help but their expressions changed. They knew Chao Rong's personality well. He was fearless of both heaven and earth. Since he had just agreed to test Lin Yuan's strength, it was unlikely that he would back out halfway. Unless, Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang exchanged a glance. As evolvers with highly developed brains, several speculations quickly formed in their minds. Combat power glasses were the latest scientific achievement of Heiwu Star. Although they were not yet perfected and could malfunction or explode, if that were the only issue, Chao Rong certainly wouldn't have displayed such trepidation. It was very likely that, before the glasses exploded, Chao Rong saw something through them. It's best not to offend this person. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts surfaced in Zhong Bei's mind, and he immediately took a step forward, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Mr. Lin, the three of us have been waiting here for you for a long time." "It is I who have arrived late," Lin Yuan replied, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. His gaze swept over the fragments of glasses scattered on the ground without leaving a trace. Just now, he had vaguely sensed a weak feeling of being watched. It must have originated from these broken glasses. However, this feeling of being watched was very faint. At most, it could slightly perceive part of Lin Yuan's strength. As for his real trump cards, they were hidden inside his body. Unless he unleashed his full power, they would be very difficult to detect. "This way, please. Mr. Liao has specially prepared food from other planets, which can be somewhat helpful to evolvers like us," Zhong Bai said enthusiastically. Lu Shiguang also showed a smile on his face. "I wonder what exactly did Chao Rong see?" Lu Ziguang's gaze occasionally swept over the distraught Chao Rong. If Lin Yuan were not present, he would probably have eagerly asked by now. At the dining table, Lin Yuan took a sip of the wine in front of him. "Good wine," Lin Yuan commented with appreciation. His comment on the wine, of course, referred to more than just the taste. As the wine went down his throat, it began to slowly improve his body. An ordinary citizen who drank this wine could probably extend their life by 3 to 5 years. Even Lin Yuan's already strong physique could feel a slight boiling of his blood and qi. "This wine is called Tianji wine, a treasured collection of Brother Zhong. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's visit, we wouldn't have had the pleasure," said Lu Shiguang, unable to hold back his words. Tianji wine, even for first and second layer evolvers, was a luxury item. The price of a pot of Tianji wine on the market ranged from 5 to 10 million yuan, and Lin Yuan's glass of Tianji wine was valued at 500,000. It was worth the salary of an ordinary citizen's decades of work for just one sip of this wine. Of course, the reason Tianji wine was so expensive was, first, because of its delicious taste. Second, it was due to the slight enhancement to one's physique it provided. Zhong Bai had sneakily brought this pot of Tianji wine from home. He stored it in the Evolvers Association, wanting to savor it slowly. He wouldn't have been willing to bring out the Tianji wine if it hadn't been for realizing the importance of Lin Yuan and if Chao Rong's recent acts hadn't potentially caused some misunderstanding. Following that, the few exchanged conversations for a while. Lin Yuan also gained some understanding of Zhong Bai and the other two. Zhong Bai was pursuing an evolutionary path called Mind Power Sorcerer, controlling mind power capable of killing from a distance. The Mind Power Sorcerer evolutionary path was one of the more widely spread evolution paths within human civilization. It fundamentally involved continuously developing one's mind power to then influence reality. Mastering this evolution path to the 4th or 5th rank could, with just a thought, cause a volcanic eruption or movement of the Earth's crust, scenes of natural disasters. Lu Shiguang, however, was a bloodline evolver, with all of his abilities stemming from his own bloodline. Lu Ziguang's bloodline quality reached the 2nd layer. Nonetheless, even as a bloodline evolver whose cultivation difficulty was lower than that of other evolver paths, advancing from the 1st to 2nd layer was not an easy feat. Additionally, the concentration of Lu Ziguang's bloodline was not very high. He had been stuck at the 12th segment of the 1st rank for over a decade. Interacting with Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang had been quite beneficial for Lin Yuan. As they chatted face to face, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the others. His against heaven's understanding occasionally provided feedback, granting Lin Yuan some enlightenment. Especially, Zhong Bei's Mind Power Sorcerer Evolution Path insights could entirely complement the Martial Path evolutionary path. After all, the so-called mind power was essentially the power of the soul, a kind of psychic force. An hour later, Lin Yuan exchanged virtual world citizen numbers with Zhong Bai and the others before excusing himself to leave. 23rd layer, inside a room. Zhong Bai and the others returned here after seeing off Lin Yuan. "Indeed, not simple." Zhong Bai frowned as he thought for a while, then spoke. The not simple he referred to naturally meant Lin Yuan. If at the beginning he had been cautious because he couldn't figure out Lin Yuan's strength, as well as because of Chao Rong's behavior, then after having a discussion with Lin Yuan, he naturally had other thoughts in his mind. Putting other things aside, Zhong Bai clearly perceived that Lin Yuan had an exceptional understanding of the nature of evolution paths. When asking about his own psychic evolution path, every question Lin Yuan asked was something Zhong Bai had pondered without answer, even having to consult higher-rank evolvers with great effort to barely resolve. But Lin Yuan sorted it out in a few words. Keep in mind, the evolution path that Lin Yuan cultivated was not that of a psychic. Without having studied it, yet already grasping the gist and even occasionally offering insights that greatly benefited Zhong Bai. Chao Rong, what on earth happened to you? What was that just now? Lu Shiguang nodded in agreement, at the same time turning to look at Chao Rong beside him. At this moment, Chao Rong was unusually silent. Mr. Lin's combat power? Upon hearing this, Chao Rong's face showed a look of fear. Indeed, it was combat power. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang both confirmed in their hearts. They had previously speculated that Chao Rong was affected by having seen Lin Yuan's combat power through combat strength glasses. Hence his behavior afterward. How much combat power does Mr. Lin actually have? Lu Shiguang immediately asked. My combat power is only 1,000, but Mr. Lin's combat power is at least 10,000. Chao Rong's voice trembled slightly. No, it's over 10,000. The combat strength glasses had exploded from overload after detecting a combat power of 10,000. Hence Chao Rong believed that Lin Yuan's combat power was definitely more than 10,000. Over 10,000 combat power. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang suddenly took a deep breath. This was indeed the combat power that a true second-layer evolver would possess. Even most second-layer evolvers couldn't reach this level of combat power. Mr. Liao didn't say that the people invited this time were about the same level as us. Lu Shiguang muttered to himself. They had 1,000. Lin Yuan had 10,000, no, over 10,000. How is that similar? The combat strength glasses shouldn't be mistaken, Chao Rong added from the side. If the combat strength glasses had exploded upon seeing Lin Yuan without capturing any data, it would have been possible that there was a fault with the glasses themselves, as they were a new type of technological product and the possibility of malfunction cannot be discounted. But the fact that the glasses exploded after capturing the general data of Lin Yuan's combat power due to being over the limit, this only indicated that the glasses configuration was inadequate, yet the information captured was not problematic. What are you thinking about? Seeing the two fall silent, Zhong Bai suddenly laughed. Isn't it a good thing that Mr. Lin is so strong? Zhong Bai asked in return. Facing the upcoming tournament, the stronger one's power, the higher the ranking one could achieve, and even if one couldn't squeeze into the top 3,000, they could still receive Mr. Liao's personal compensation. Indeed, it's a good thing. Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong exchanged a glance, their eyes suddenly lighting up. They instantly realized that for them, Lin Yuan was a formidable pillar. Clinging to him might allow them to climb dozens of ranks in the tournament. Evolvers Association, 30th floor. After leaving the 23rd floor, Lin Yuan didn't return to the Shuiwei residential complex. Instead, he went to the 30th floor, planning to meet Mr. Liao in person. In addition to getting acquainted with the 3 teammates for the upcoming tournament, Lin Yuan had another purpose in coming here personally. How did it go? Zhong Bai and the others didn't give you a hard time, did they? Mr. Liao asked with some concern. He naturally knew about the personalities of Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the others. He understood that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Yuan to integrate with the group. But there was also nothing he could do about it. As the chairman of the association, he had the authority to allow Lin Yuan to join, but he couldn't force Zhong Bai and his group to be without objections. It's all right. That pot of Tianji wine was quite good, Lin Yuan remarked casually. He had a very favorable impression of this wine. If it weren't too expensive, he would consider buying a few cases. Huh! Since when has Zhong Bai become so generous? Mr. Liao's face showed shock. He had also coveted that pot of Tianji wine for a long time, but Zhong Bai had never offered him a drink. Yet with Lin Yuan, just after a single meeting, it was brought out. Mr. Liao, another reason for my visit is to ask for your assistance with a matter. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Chapter 58. Meeting Yuan teacher, please speak. Mr. Liao's expression became serious, yet he felt relieved inside. For him, Having Lin Yuan make a request was less worrisome than Lin Yuan having no desires or demands. I would like a virtual world cabin slot, Lin Yuan said. A virtual world cabin slot could scan the entire body, thereby perfectly simulating the flesh body, and then synchronize it with the flesh body in the virtual world. Having returned from his travel through dimensions, Lin Yuan's strength had greatly increased, but his virtual world flesh body remained as it was before the journey. If it were other evolvers, they wouldn't have much need for a virtual world cabin slot. After all, it would take them who knows how long to enhance their strength even once. However, Lin Yuan possessed an against heaven's understanding, and his own strength could be said to be increasing every moment. Not to mention that every return from his journeys brought about a qualitative change. Therefore, he needed the virtual world cabin slot to constantly update his strength within the virtual world. A virtual world cabin slot. No problem. I will have someone send it to Mr. Lin right away. You're still at the Shuiwei residential complex, correct? Mr. Liao agreed without a second thought. After all, a virtual world cabin slot was not a restricted item. As long as someone was an evolver, they had the right to apply for the use of a virtual world cabin slot from the association. Giving Lin Yuan one was no big deal. Objective achieved. Lin Yuan chatted idly with Mr. Liao for a few more sentences. Then he stood up and returned to the Shuiwei residential complex. That afternoon, Lin Yuan received the virtual world cabin slot. Following the usage instructions to scan his body with the slot and copy it perfectly, Lin Yuan immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual world. Inside his personal room, Lin Yuan unleashed his full power in one strike, and a terrifying force spread, directly piercing through a mountain peak in the distance. Now that's more like it. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. On Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan couldn't afford to strike at full power, let alone strike casually. After all, with his strength, a casual strike could result in the deaths of tens of thousands of citizens. But in the virtual world, all of this could be ignored. With Lin Yuan's current citizen privileges, the size of his personal space had reached 10,000 square kilometers, and it could simulate any environment, which was more than enough for him to indulge in. Let's see the number of practitioners currently on the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan opened his personal interface and viewed the details under the martial path evolutionary path. Evolution path, martial Dao. Number of practitioners in the innate chapter, 2,598. Number of practitioners in the Grandmaster chapter, 0. It's increased by over 1,000. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. When he had checked a few days ago, the number of citizens practicing the innate chapter was just over 1,200. But Lin Yuan soon reasoned that it might be the publicity effect of the Kanglan evolution ranking. The martial path evolutionary path had already made it into the top 8 of the evolution ranking, so it certainly wasn't low in exposure. Let's check the private messages. If the price for mentorship is right, I may as well accept a few. Lin Yuan began to browse through his private messages. Many people were interested in the martial path evolutionary path and were willing to pay a hefty sum to ask Lin Yuan, the path's founder, for guidance. This way, they could also gain a clearer view of the characteristics of this evolution path and whether it was truly suitable for them. Ah, how many flesh bodies have I gone through? Which evolution path is right for me? Within a vast hall, Lulan, he complained as he climbed out of the nurturing pod. He stood about 1.5 meters tall, with a forehead covered in mysterious patterns. Young Master Lulan, within the many evolution paths of human civilization, there is not a single path that is smooth sailing, said a black-robed elder standing beside him respectfully. I know, Lulan, he said helplessly. He glanced down at his brand new body and grimaced. Looks like I have to start all over again. A few years ago, Lulan, he had taken a fancy to the heterogeneous blood evolution path and purchased a large supply of precious blood from giant star beasts for cultivation. The heterogeneous blood evolution path allowed one to accommodate many giant beast bloodlines and eventually merge them into one's body. Once cultivated to the extreme, one could easily transform into any star beast or ferocious beast encountered. This evolution path was incredibly powerful, especially in the early stages. Of course, there were risks. Different ferocious beast bloods could reject each other, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a body exploding. Lulan he had died because of this method. However, Lulan he always synchronized his consciousness with the cloud, and with preparations made in advance, he had replicated an untrained body. After exploding and dying, his consciousness transferred to the new body, perfectly avoiding true death. Although he had survived, the cost was huge. First of all, much of the investment into cultivating the heterogeneous blood path had gone to waste. But Lulan he wasn't concerned about that. His father held a high position and had plenty of money. It was the wasted time that was the real issue. Xiao He, this time in choosing your evolution path, you should exclude those that rely on external forces or items, a gentle female voice advised. Lulan he knew it was his mother reminding him. Okay. Lulan he sighed. He wasn't suited to walk the evolutionary path of his parents, so he could only pick another suitable one from the various other evolutionary paths. But after over 10 continuous attempts, every time he practiced halfway he would die. Just pick a random one this time. Lulan he was a bit despairing, but still, following his mother's instructions, he skipped over those evolutionary paths that relied on external forces and objects. Lulan he started browsing at random. The potential of this evolutionary path actually reaches the 6th rank? Lulan he's gaze suddenly stopped, looking at an evolutionary path named Martial Tao. Currently, only the first tier chapter and second layer chapter have been published, and even so, its theoretical potential reaches the 6th rank. Lulan he's eyes showed surprise. A 5th rank evolutionary path with a theoretical potential reaching the 6th rank. Isn't anything strange. After all, the difference between them is not big. But a 4th rank evolutionary path with theoretical potential reaching the 6th rank. That's somewhat unthinkable. And the Martial Tao evolutionary path that Lulan he saw had just the first tier chapter and second layer chapter, yet its theoretical potential had reached the 6th rank. That was even more surprising for Lulan he. Father said, "The goddess of wisdom doesn't lie. Let's take a look at this evolutionary path." Lulan he impulsively bought both the first tier chapter and second layer chapter of the Martial Tao evolutionary path. Then he began to read them carefully. Lulan he's expression was grave. He couldn't understand it. Ask the founder of this evolutionary path, and let him give me some guidance. After pondering for a while, Lulan he felt that the Martial Tao evolutionary path was somewhat suitable for him, so he offered a payment for its founder to give him some guidance. Let's make it 1 billion. Lulan he thought of an amount. The price for guiding him, Lulan he definitely can't be low. 1 billion should be about right. The founder's name is Yuan? Lulan he checked the detailed information of the Martial Tao evolutionary path and directly sent his request along with the payment via a private message. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Lin Yuan was browsing through private messages. Just then, a new private message came through. Lulan he, hoping to receive guidance on the Martial Tao evolutionary path, and for that, I am willing to pay 1 billion civilization coins. How much? Lin Yuan read it again. 1 billion civilization coins? Lin Yuan blinked. He too could take out 1 billion civilization coins. For other entry-level evolvers, gritting their teeth and scraping together the funds, they could also come up with such an amount. But this 1 billion civilization coins was merely to ask for his guidance for 1 hour. That was a bit extravagant. Agree. Lin Yuan immediately chose to agree. Why refuse free money? As Lin Yuan accepted the request, the virtual world sent out another application. Lulan he has invited you to his personal space. Do you accept? Agree. Lin Yuan accepted once more. Out of caution, before going there, Lin Yuan adjusted his appearance a bit. The next moment, the space around him transformed. Lin Yuan appeared in a vast golden hall. In the center of the hall on the throne was a figure clad in a purple robe. This figure was only 1.5 meters tall, with a forehead covered in mysterious patterns. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Lulan he immediately came down. He then slightly bowed to Lin Yuan, saying, "I have seen Yuan teacher." Coming from his parents' teachings, Lulan he respected any creator of an evolutionary path immensely. Chapter 59. The Mysteries of the Flesh. Hello. Lin Yuan said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at the other person with a hint of curiosity. Lulan He's exposed personal information was scarce. Besides his name, there was only his place of residence. Thunder Rain Star Region? It was a high-level star domain very far away from Chiquin Star Domain. Lin Yuan didn't know much about it. However, to pay 100 million civilization coins just for an hour of guidance. This Lulan surely he was either rich or noble. How does Elder Lin plan to guide me? Lulan asked. You've paid the money, so you make the call? Lin Yuan said very politely. 100 million for an hour. That's nearly 30,000 civilization coins per second. The few words that Lin Yuan had just spoken had already netted him hundreds of thousands of civilization coins. Then let's spar. My father once said, a powerful evolutionary path surely wouldn't lack combat ability. Lulan took several steps back, his gaze growing sharper. Be careful, Elder Lin. Although this body of mine hasn't undergone specific cultivation, it's naturally strong, not inferior to most second-rank evolvers. Lulan warned. Come on, Lin Yuan said, his eyes calm. Lulan didn't give him a sense of danger. Whoosh! Lulan's figure disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared beside Lin Yuan and slammed a punch down. Such quick speed. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He could tell that this was purely physical speed without using any other powers. Facing Lulan's downward punch, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, blocked the punch, then the Tao of Taiji operated, borrowing the power from that punch and directly blasting it onto Lulan's body. Bang! Lulan's figure flew backward, slamming hard into the ground dozens of meters away. He immediately got up from the ground, his eyes wide as he looked at Lin Yuan. What kind of technique is this? So soft and weak. How come the punch I threw ended up hitting me? Lulan was somewhat annoyed. If he'd been thoroughly crushed by sheer strength, he would have accepted it. But the feeling that he was just a bit short of victory made Lulan feel like he could win. Again. Lulan's figure disappeared once more. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The Tao of Taiji, the transformation of yin and yang, was best at using the opponent's force against them, the classic 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. An opponent like Lulan who only knew to use strength and speed without any technique, was simply naturally countered by the Tao of Taiji. Although it said that sheer force can overcome any technique, at the moment Lulan was far from that level. Aya! Lulan roared loudly, his speed increasing again as the mysterious patterns on his forehead faintly lit up. This time Lulan had learned, not attacking Lin Yuan right away, but rather approaching Lin Yuan's blind spot from behind before making his move. Bang! As expected, Lulan flew backward again. I don't believe this. Lulan stood up with a whoosh. If this had been the real world, Lulan's body by this point would have been seriously injured. But this was the virtual world, and with just a thought, his body was restored to its original state. Shoo! Lulan rushed in front of Lin Yuan and punched him in the shoulder. But for some reason, Lulan felt as if there was a vortex inside Lin Yuan, into which all the external forces would merge, only to be sent back out unchanged. Bang! Lulan crashed 100 meters away. Don't rely solely on your strength, Lin Yuan reminded him. If it had been a real fight, an opponent like Lulan wouldn't have even been able to get within 100 meters of Lin Yuan. But now that Lulan was paying a hefty sum for Lin Yuan's guidance, it was naturally not the same treatment. Lin Yuan tried his best to advise the other party, allowing him to experience up close the vortex of the Tao of Taiji that transformed others' strength. Even to give Lulan a deeper understanding, Lin Yuan deliberately suppressed his own strength to the first-rank level. Lin Yuan had to make Lulan feel that his money was well spent. Boom, 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 time after time. Each time Lulan was sent flying back, coughing up blood. This made Lulan feel extremely frustrated. Why every time he was just that little bit short? Just that little bit short. In the end. Stop. I'm done fighting. Lulan sat down on the ground with a thud. He then had his intelligent assistant analyze the footage of their fight. Are you saying Elder Lin, from start to finish, only used first-rank strength? Upon detecting this through the intelligent assistant, Lulan was instantly shocked. He was clearly aware that his physical prototype came from an extremely rare special species deep in the universe, exchanged at great cost by his father. Having a body replicated from such a special species held tremendous potential and terrifying aptitude, reaching the level comparable to that of a second rank without any cultivation. And Elder Lin was just using first-rank strength to beat him up? Elder Lin, is this the martial path, evolutionary path? Lulan he immediately jogged to Lin Yuan's side. Indeed, this is the way of Taiji. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod. The way of Taiji is not the way of strength. It leans more towards the grand momentum. Lin Yuan began explaining patiently. Lulan he seemed to understand yet not quite grasp it. This way, by injecting a wisp of the power of Taiji into your body, it can last for a month. If you ponder this wisp of Taiji power regularly, it will help you in cultivating the way of Taiji, Lin Yuan said with a smile. This method was similar to perceiving the essence of Taiyang and Taiyin in the true martial sword. However, with Lin Yuan's current strength, the power of Taiji would have difficulty existing outside the body for a long duration. But for Lulan he, it was enough. Okay. Lulan he nodded. At this moment, he developed a deep interest in the martial path, evolutionary path. Lulan he also wanted to be as dashing as Lin Yuan, standing still and sending the enemy flying. Too cool. Seeing Lulan he's agreement, Lin Yuan placed his right hand on Lulan he's shoulder. A wisp of Taiji power, formed from the combination of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang, slowly entered Lulan he's body. As the power of Taiji entered Lulan he's body, Lin Yuan's perception naturally spread within. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. Lulan he's physical body appeared similar to that of a normal human, but its essence was completely different. Lin Yuan noticed that the countless blood vessels within the body intertwined and combined to form certain special patterns, and at the deepest regions of his organs, at the cellular level of the microcosm, myriad runes were flowing. All of this formed a kind of perfect balance, all confined within a single body. Perfect? Truly perfect. Lin Yuan started to become captivated. Your perception is against the natural order. Observing an unknown physical body, should you gain enlightenment? Your perception is against the natural order. Observing an unknown physical body, should you gain enlightenment? Your perception is against the natural order. Observing an unknown physical body, should you gain enlightenment? Countless spiritual lights surged into Lin Yuan's mind as he began to comprehend Lulan he's physique. Lin Yuan had the feeling that if he fully understood this body, he could improve the essence of his own physique. This had tremendous special significance for Lin Yuan. In the short term, improving the physical endowment of his body in the main world would enhance the foundation of his strength and speed in the future. In the long run, every time Lin Yuan traveled through the door to the myriad realms and his consciousness descended upon a new body, each one could benefit from this understanding. During the second passage, if Lin Yuan could fully understand the essence of such a physique, it would be impossible for him to be thrown out into the wild and face a life and death crisis immediately after birth. With this kind of body as a prototype, Lin Yuan would only need a few hours to complete the transformation of an infant's body. By then, not to mention tearing apart tigers and leopards with his bare hands, he would at least not be much weaker than an adult. Teacher Yuan, are you all right? Lulan he, seeing that Lin Yuan had not yet removed his right hand from his shoulder, became somewhat puzzled. I'm fine. Your physical body is somewhat special. It needs some time. Lin Yuan casually found an excuse, looking towards Lulan he's body with even more intense fervor in his gaze. This made Lulan he somewhat nervous, but recalling Lin Yuan's strength from when he had soundly defeated him, he obediently stood still. After half an hour, Lin Yuan reluctantly lifted his hand. All done. Lin Yuan let out a light sigh of relief. Although he hadn't completely penetrated the secrets of Lulan he's body, Lin Yuan had memorized all the structures of the body. What remained was nothing more than continuing to ponder back home. Okay. Thanks, Teacher Yuan. Lulan he also felt the power of Taiji within his body. When the time comes, I'll seek advice from Teacher Yuan again if I have any questions. Lulan he felt he had gained a lot. Little did he realize that Lin Yuan had seen through to his very core. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence number 32. The underground training facility. Lin Yuan's consciousness disengaged from the virtual world. His mind was still filled with the many mysteries within Lulanhe's physique. Truly, an excellent gift from heaven. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Using the door to the myriad realms, he had traveled twice through time, spending 100 years to step into the second layer. Meanwhile, this body had naturally grown into the second layer shortly after birth. Simply monstrous. This body, it must not be purely human. Lin Yuan surmised inwardly, during his perception. He vaguely sensed an ancient and vast meaning contained within. Nevertheless, as long as I comprehend it fully, it will be mine. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued his contemplation. In the time to follow, Lin Yuan divided some of his focus on comprehending the third rank, intending to comprehend the mysteries of this particular body, striving to fully understand this kind of physique before his third traverse, so that if his consciousness descended into the body of an infant again, he would not be as helpless as during the previous passage in dealing with extreme situations. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lulanhe sought out Lin Yuan twice more, paying 2 billion for the guidance. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to take another careful look at Lulanhe's physique, getting ever closer to full comprehension. One day, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, ending his seclusion for the day, because the tournament on Kanglan Star had begun. Chapter 60. Don't panic, we still have Mr. Lin. The tournament was not only popular on Kanglan Star. It was one of the hottest and most followed events across the entire Cosmic Human Alliance. After all, those who could participate in the tournament were evolvers, and specifically young evolvers under the age of 100. These evolvers were the future of the Cosmic Human Alliance. They naturally had a certain star effect. In the era of interstellar travel, the general public had long stopped idolizing those little fresh meats who were incapable of fighting. It was the powerful evolvers who attracted the attention of all citizens. Virtual World Kanglan Star. Tournament Area. A huge arena resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, surrounded by seats that ascended from low to high, packed densely, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. At the top of the arena, on a high platform, the figures of Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan, and others appeared. This is the arena of Dongning City. The upcoming matches, if drawn to be in Dongning City, will be held here, said Mr. Liao. Actually, he was mainly speaking to Lin Yuan. Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and others had already participated in more than one tournament and were clear about these matters. Understood. Lin Yuan looked down at the arena below, nodding as he spoke. You all need not be nervous. Just perform normally, and don't feel too pressured, comforted Mr. Liao. The tournament was about to begin, and adding pressure now would backfire, so it was better to offer some comforting words to help them relax. Mr. Liao, I wonder who our opponent from Dongning City will be this time. Have you had someone predict it yet? Lu Shiguang suddenly asked in a low voice. As soon as this was mentioned, the eyes of Chao Rong and Zhong Bai immediately lit up. Knowing your opponent in advance could give you a huge advantage. After all, most evolution paths had their strengths and weaknesses, and if one could know in advance and target them accordingly, one could at least gain a significant initiative. In cases where the strength level was similar, the outcome depended on who understood the other side better. How can you predict with so many cities on the eastern continent? Mr. Liao rolled his eyes. If it were the later stages of the tournament, when the number of participating city contestants had decreased to a certain number, it might be possible to make predictions based on past patterns. But the tournament had just started, and with nearly 10,000 cities on the eastern continent, it was simply impossible to predict. Of course, it was not possible to precisely predict which opponent it would be, but it was possible to determine a rough range. The initial opponent in the tournament was selected based on past performance. To put it simply, the strength of Dongning City's opponent could not be much stronger than that of Dongning City itself. All right, you all go get ready. In 2 hours, the tournament will begin and the opponent will be announced, Mr. Liao said. The start of the tournament was a grand event throughout Kanglan Star. Although most citizens could not enter the virtual world, they could watch the matches live through broadcast. Wow, 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 Mom. Dad. Come quick and watch the tournament, Linny said while sitting on the sofa, surrounded by 4 virtual screens displaying the arena scene. All right, coming. Lin Shouqing and his wife Lu Qiong approached with smiles on their faces. They were evolvers and had the right to enter the virtual world, but since Lin Yi was not, they couldn't just leave her behind and enjoy the virtual world themselves. The couple and Lin Yuan were all evolvers. Having only Lin Yi not being an evolver had already caused her much discontent, and if they treated her differently, she would turn the whole house upside down. Where's brother? Lin Yi kept looking around. Lin Yuan was also participating in the tournament, and as a representative of Dongning City, Lin Shouqing and his wife were naturally aware of this. Hell probably appear when it starts. Lu Qiong smiled and said, I hope big brother will put in more effort. Lin Yi clenched her fists as she spoke. In this tournament, I must perform well to show father and let him know. I am not much weaker than Lin Yuan. In the virtual world, within the tournament area, Lin Yan's figure appeared, having made his decision. A year ago, at the Lin family's family banquet, his father, Lin Hao, had planned to give the advanced training spot to Lin Yuan. As a result of his speaking out of turn, the atmosphere had turned awkward. Ultimately, one influential figure after another arrived to pay respects to Lin Yuan, indirectly embarrassing his father, Lin Hao. Lin Hao was disappointed in him, thinking he was not living up to expectations. Now that Lin Yan had become an evolver, could this spot still be given away? Was it not because Lin Yan was not competent enough to become an evolver that Lin Hao had thought this way? After returning from the family banquet, Lin Hao had severely reprimanded Lin Yan all night and had even personally beaten him up. With this experience, Lin Yan finally became an evolver several months later. To this day, although he had not yet advanced, he was qualified to participate in the tournament. The scope of the tournament was all evolvers. The city representatives would face representatives from other cities, whereas freelance evolvers would face other freelance evolvers. Although Lin Hao knew that his current strength was still far inferior to Lin Yuan's, after all, the reason Mr. Liao personally visited during the banquet was something his father, Lin Hao, had later come to understand fully. But now, at least Lin Yan had the possibility to look up to Lin Yuan. If he could look up to him, then in the future he could surpass him. Has the tournament started? Hurry up and take a look. One doesn't know what achievements Dongning City will garner in this tournament. Ha ha ha. Just better not end up at the bottom like last time. Citizens of Dongning City, one after another, opened the live broadcast and watched intently. Virtual World Kanglan Star, Tournament Area. It's over, it's over. Our opponent this time is Zijing City. As the tournament officially began and upon learning who their opponent was, Chao Rong suddenly felt anxious. Lu Shiguang felt the same. Zijing City was the least desired opponent among those they had anticipated facing. In the last tournament, Dongning City ranked 9,985, whereas Zijing City ranked 7,652. The difference between them was over 2,000 ranks. It was said that the strongest evolver in Zijing City followed the giant evolution path. Once fully exerted, his stature could surge to a whopping 5 meters. Although his strength was also at the first rank 12th segment, his real combat power was almost close to the second layer. For a typical second layer evolver, defeating this giant was not an easy task. If they were outdoors, Chao Rong and Lu Shiguang might have some confidence. After all, if they couldn't defeat him, they could still run away. Evolvers of the giant evolution path were known for their lack of speed. But how could they run in a tournament? The arena was only so big. Where could they run to? Furthermore, the official administrators of the virtual world, to prevent evolvers from deliberately stalling, would reduce the arena size after a certain time during the match. In the previous tournament, the reason Zijing City achieved a rank within the top 7,000 was thanks to this evolver of the giant evolution path. A giant, Lu Shiguang sighed. This evolution path required innate strength and a constitution stronger than ordinary people for the evolvers intending to practice it. It is indeed somewhat troublesome. Zhong Bai, who had been silent up until now, frowned. Clearly, he also found the situation challenging. However, Zhong Bai seemed to think of something, and his brow relaxed slightly. But don't panic. We still have Mr. Lin. Chapter 61. Rapid Promotion: The City Competition, consisting of individual and team battles. Individual battles were easy to understand. Team battles were 4v4, a struggle between 4 evolvers and another team of 4 evolvers. Therefore, team battles tested the coordination skills between members more heavily. At Dongning City Arena, the host Sun Bin made his appearance. As a well-known local host, Sun Bin could be called a regular at the arena over the years. His ability to do so came from Sun Bin's own capabilities. Having an in-depth understanding of many evolution paths, he often could explain the battle situation in real time and provide his judgment. Combined with his humorous and unhackneyed speech, his status as an arena host was naturally unshakable. Next to Sun Bin stood a young woman, who was also a host of the arena competition. It had always been customary for Dongning City to have 2 hosts for the competition, 1 male and 1 female. This female host was obviously commenting on the arena competition for the first time, and her expression was slightly nervous. Today marks the beginning of the arena competition, and our Dongning City will welcome opponents from other cities. I believe that this time, the representative evolvers of Dongning City will surely surpass previous performances. Sun Bin spoke with enthusiasm. Regardless of whether they could surpass the past, they couldn't lose in momentum. All right, let me introduce them now. Our representatives from Dongning City start with Zhong Bai, a familiar face to everyone, with first rank 12 segment strength. I believe Zhong Bai is now very close to reaching the second layer. The second one is Chao Rong. The third is Lu Shiguang. The fourth one. Sun Bin paused deliberately at this point before continuing. The fourth representative is participating in the arena for the first time, but since he can stand here, he must have extraordinary qualities. Next, host Sun Bin also introduced the 4 representative evolvers from the opposing Zijing City. Ultimately, the hosts started to wrap up. The opponents are strong, and everyone is aware of Zijing City's past records. But I have greater faith in the 4 contestants from Dongning City. Sun Bin declared loudly, "Now, let the battle begin. Brother, good luck." Lin Yi clenched her little fists, cheering for Lin Yuan. I see everyone's mood isn't very good, saying things like Dongning City is sure to lose. Zijing City is too strong, without a shred of chance of winning. Lu Qiong looked at the bullet screen that kept flying by and couldn't help saying, they also say that it was already tough to win, and now they've added a newcomer. Aren't they mocking our Xiaoyun? Zijing City's strength is indeed very formidable, especially that giant team captain. As a veteran viewer, Lin Shouqing objectively remarked, from the records of past competitions, the chances of Dongning City winning are very slim. One might even say minimal. Having said that, Lin Shouqing noticed Lu Qiong's frown and hurriedly explained, but this has nothing to do with Xiaoyun. Even if Xiaoyun didn't participate with the lineup Dongning City has had in past arena competitions, we couldn't have won anyway. These people just like to shift blame. Our Xiaoyun hasn't done anything, yet they've already slapped a label on him. Can't you say something good about Xiaoyun? Lu Qiong glared at Lin Shouqing. I have a lot of confidence in Xiaoyun. Lin Shouqing immediately laughed apologetically. Yes, I too have a lot of confidence in our Xiaoyun. With Xiaoyun here, Dongning City will win for sure. Lin Shouqing's face was full of flattery. In the center of the arena, Lin Yuan, Zhong Bai, and the other 2 appeared on one side. Mr. Lin, how should we play now? Zhong Bai quickly asked in a low voice. He was well aware that, under normal circumstances, they had no chance of winning against the 4 from Zijing City. Lin Yuan was their only hope. Therefore, without even thinking, Zhong Bai and the other 2 immediately decided to center their strategy around Lin Yuan. Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong also watched Lin Yuan intently. How should we play? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. You guys go first. Just crush them head on. Lin Yuan spoke. Okay, huh. Zhong Bai agreed without hesitation. Then he realized what he had just agreed to. We go first? Zhong Bai glanced at the 4 from Zijing City across from them, especially the towering figure standing right in the center, over 2 meters tall. He couldn't help but swallow. If Lin Yuan didn't go first and they did, far from crushing the opposition, they would probably be the ones crushed. Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong also looked puzzled. Evolvers specializing in the giant evolutionary path were best at taking head-on confrontations. The three of them go straight in? Wasn't this playing to their disadvantage? Just do as I say. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Okay. Zhong Bai gritted his teeth in response. After all, this was the virtual world, and even if they died, their bodies in the outside world wouldn't be affected. At worst, they'd just lose this arena competition. When Zhong Bai learned that their opponents were from Zijing City, he didn't have much hope anyway. Whoosh! 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 Zhong Bai, Lu Shiguang, and Chao Rong charged directly at the four evolvers from Zijing City. Meanwhile, inside Lin Yuan's body, the Tai Yin and Tai Yang forces formed a Taiji, with the Yin fish and Yang fish slowly revolving, transforming into an invisible force that spread in all directions. Taiji Field. This was an ability Lin Yuan had comprehended when incorporating the origin force into the Tao of Taiji. Within the range of the Taiji field, he could easily suppress his opponents. Lin Yuan could also use the force of the field to closely observe everything about his opponent. In fact, as early as in the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan had already had an inkling of the Taiji field, which was perfected only after contemplating the force evolution path. Elsewhere, the four evolvers from Zijing City were also sizing up Lin Yuan and the others from a distance. When they saw Zhong Bai and the other two charging at them without hesitation, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Courting death. The burly figure leading them sneered coldly. If Zhong Bai and the others had relied on their speed, he might have been somewhat concerned, but now they were charging straight at them. Come, let's crush them together. The burly figure's body suddenly swelled up by a large margin, reaching a height of 5 meters as he strode towards Zhong Bai and the other two. Behind him, the other three evolvers from Zijing City also had smiles on their faces. In their opinion, the evolvers from Dongning City were giving up on themselves, making a suicidal charge. That was it. Let's see what methods the contestants from Dongning City will use to face the four evolvers from Zijing City. This is... My God, Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the others are leading the charge, heading straight for their opponents? What are they planning to do? Even the host Sun Bin was surprised by this scene. Having commented on who knows how many arena fights, he had never seen such a tactic before. When facing giants who are evolvers on the path of direct confrontation, there indeed is a strategy of direct suppression, but that is the choice of evolvers who are also proficient in head-on collisions. Yet at the moment, whether it was Zhong Bai, Lu Shiguang, or Chao Rong, none of them were the type of evolvers who faced their opponents head-on. And as for the newcomer, Lin Yuan, he was even hiding behind without making a move. It seems that our contestants from Dongning City feel they cannot win and have decided to end this match in the most heroic way possible. The host Sun Bin slightly shook his head, feeling it was all right. At least they showed a fierce spirit, rather than fleeing in panic, and in the end being crushed by that giant in a more spectacular fashion. No, what is this? Sun Bin turned his gaze to the arena, originally thinking it was a one-sided situation. But when the two sides came into direct contact, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Zhong Bai and the others, who should have been torn to shreds by Zijing City's giant right off the bat, miraculously didn't sustain any injuries. Instead, the four evolvers from Zijing City suddenly became somewhat restrained. They were actually being suppressed by the former. How could this be? On the arena, Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the other two were utterly baffled. In close combat, they realized that the four evolvers from Zijing City had drastically declined in both speed and strength. Especially the giant opponent, whose full-force strike was easily dodged by Zhong Bai as if it was nothing. What's going on? Zhong Bai could see that the expressions of the four opponents were equally shocked and somewhat frustrated. Clearly, they also did not understand why this was happening. It's Mr. Lin. In the blink of an eye, this thought flashed through Zhong Bai's mind. As an evolver, one's mind may not be brilliant, but it is certainly not foolish, taking into account Lin Yuan's instruction for them to engage directly and the current performance of their four opponents. Firstly, it rules out the possibility that their strengths had increased. Thus, the only explanation could be due to Lin Yuan. Did Mr. Lin make his move, suppressing them? Is this the ability of a field? Zhong Bai speculated in his heart. The power of a field is a form of control over a certain range or space. Only a few special evolution paths delve into such abilities at the second or third rank. Your against heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the giant evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the fire evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the psychic master evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the bloodline evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Through the Taiji field, Lin Yuan was akin to touching the 4 evolvers from Zijing City at close range, thereby helping him to meticulously understand the strengths and weaknesses of their respective evolution paths, which was far more comprehensive than merely watching videos. For instance, Lin Yuan deliberately intensified the field's force towards the giant's chest, thereby causing a series of responses in the evolver, which, with against heaven's understanding, could provide Lin Yuan with vast amounts of substantial inspiration. In addition, the continual attacks from Zhong Bai and the others were causing various reactions from their opponents, all of which also fell within Lin Yuan's perception. In an instant, Lin Yuan's understanding of the martial path evolutionary path was rapidly improving. Chapter 62 Third Rank. This is a domain. The power of a domain. Only 4th rank and 5th rank evolvers can master this power of a domain. The host, Sun Bin, seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "In theory, only 4th and 5th rank evolvers are expected to master it. However, there are always exceptions. Certain special evolutionary paths and the personal encounters of an evolver could also lead to an early mastery of domain power. Of course, these prematurely mastered domain powers are still in their initial states and cannot compare with the true domain power of 4th and 5th rank evolvers. Even so, for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank evolvers, mastering domain power prematurely is tantamount to cheating. With a domain, you can perceive everything in advance and then implement suppression, basically sweeping through anyone from the same rank. I never thought that this year's ring competition in Dongning City would produce an evolver who has mastered a domain." The host, Sun Bin, was full of emotion. His gaze then fell on Lin Yuan, who stood at the back, seemingly never having joined the battlefield. Now, he could also see that this newcomer, Lin Yuan, was the evolver who had mastered a domain. Deploying a domain takes a great deal of energy, and Zhong Bai and the other 2 were fighting with all their might, which obviously made this impossible. Only Lin Yuan, who had been at the back from the start, had the capability to deploy a domain. Meanwhile, the citizens watching the ring competition were also stunned, and immediately started to boil with excitement. So powerful, suppressing 4 evolvers from Zijing City on his own, and forcing them to use only a fraction of their strength. "This is simply..." An evolver exclaimed in a low voice. "Who is this newcomer? Whose offspring is he from our Dongning City? Yay! Brother is so awesome." Though Lin Yi did not understand, she immediately cheered upon hearing the host praise Lin Yuan. "A domain? Our son. Does he really have the ability to defeat Zijing City?" Lin Shouqing muttered to himself. He had only been flattering his wife earlier, thinking it was just wishful thinking. On the battlefield, the fight was still ongoing. The 4 evolvers from Zijing City were in agony from the suppression. They also realized that all this was because of Lin Yuan, but they had no solutions. Under the omnipresent Taiji field suppression, every step they took was extremely difficult. An evolver who specialized in speed did try to approach Lin Yuan. However, the closer he got to Lin Yuan, the greater the pressure he endured until he almost knelt to the ground. What exactly is going on? The giant team captain panted heavily. He vaguely sensed that the pervasive power of the domain could surpass his limits at will. But why hadn't they been thoroughly dealt with yet, and why was it being dragged out? Could it be that he is playing with us? The giant team captain felt extremely stifled, but he did not know what to do. Surrender voluntarily? He could not bring himself to do that. Time slowly passed. More than half an hour flew by. The area of the battlefield was gradually shrinking. The rule of the ring competition was to reduce the size of the ring after half an hour. This measure was to prevent some evolvers who were proficient in speed from purposely dragging out the fight without engaging directly. It's about time. Lin Yuan slightly intensified the Taiji field. Instantly, the 4 evolvers from Zijing City, facing the onslaught from Zhong Bai and the other 2, died one after another. With Lin Yuan's strength, once the Taiji field was deployed, a single thought could crush his opponents. However, he had delayed it until now because it allowed him time to comprehend the evolutionary paths practiced by the opponents. The martial path evolutionary path, a completely new evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan. The position that Lin Yuan stood in was the peak, the limit, while ahead of him was an unknown territory. He needed to slowly explore and create. During this period, it was necessary for Lin Yuan to absorb various advantages and disadvantages of other evolutionary paths, integrating them all and pushing out the old to bring in the new. This couldn't be achieved just by shutting oneself away in closed-door training. Of course, with his against heaven's understanding, even if he shut himself away in isolation, he believed he could gradually perfect the martial path evolutionary path. But that would definitely take much longer than now, and the subsequent developments of the martial path might lack the comprehensiveness that comes with integrating hundreds or thousands of evolutionary paths. Did we win? Even though they had expected it, Zhong Bai and the others felt as if they were dreaming at this moment. They had truly defeated opponents who were previously unbeatable. After a moment's pause, Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the third person respectfully approached Lin Yuan. They knew in their hearts that their victory was entirely thanks to Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, with their own strength, they would have been directly crushed by that giant team captain into the ground. For this ring competition, no matter how far we reach, all the rewards we receive will be given to Mr. Lin. Zhong Bai thought about it and then said, one should be content with what they have, considering the strength Lin Yuan just displayed. This time, they are not just talking about breaking into the top 5,000 but even the top 3,000 or 2,000, which is highly likely. The top 3,000 in the tournament receive official rewards, and Zhong Bai felt unworthy of them. If he had contributed even a little, Zhong Bai would have had reason to convince himself, but just now he was merely a puppet on a string, doing whatever Lin Yuan said. Any other evolver could have done the same. Therefore, regarding the official rewards, Zhong Bai felt he didn't qualify. So do I. Chao Rong and Lu Shiguang exchanged glances, saying likewise. In the following 2 months, the tournament continued. Besides the team competition, Lin Yuan also participated in the singles competition. As for the results, he naturally narrowly won each game. There was no choice. Lin Yuan certainly could finish his opponents quickly. But that would defeat the purpose of participating in the tournament, prolonging each battle to carefully comprehend the path of each evolver. Then refining it into his own martial Tao, discarding the dross and selecting the essence. That was what Lin Yuan wanted. The evolvers in the tournament all had considerable strength. Especially as it progressed, each one could be called a genius. The top 500 evolvers were basically at the second layer limit, and occasionally a few at the third rank would pop up. Soon, Dongning City's team broke into the top 100 on Kanglan Star. In a devastating struggle against competitors from Central Mainland, they lost the match. The opposing team was from Lanyue City, one of the most prosperous cities in Central Mainland. Among their 4 players, 3 were at the second layer limit and 1 at the third rank. Moreover, the evolutionary paths they pursued were extremely powerful ones, especially the third rank evolver who practiced the dream evolution path. Thus, as soon as the match began, Zhong Bai and the other 2 hadn't even reacted. They were plunged into a deep dream by a single glance from that dream evolver and were eliminated from the match. Only Lin Yuan was left. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan, under the frenzied assault of the 4 evolvers, managed to hold out for half an hour by leveraging the Tao of Taiji. In the end, even as the arena's size diminished, Lin Yuan could still endure. If not for the team competition rules, which decided the match in the end based on the number of remaining evolvers if no winner emerged, Lanyue City had 4 evolvers left. Dongning City only had Lin Yuan. Thus, Lanyue City won. I never expected our Dongning City to break into the global top 100, Mr. Liao said, as if he were dreaming, a position he had never even dared to imagine. Not just him, but even putting together all previous presidents of the Evolvers Association, none would have dreamt of reaching this rank. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin, just relying on us. Zhong Bai and the others also present immediately spoke up. If it were just the top 3,000 or 2,000, he might still dare to claim some credit in front of Mr. Liao. But the top 100, that was terrifying. Top 100 in the global tournament, every evolver, even those specialized in support, could easily sweep through all evolvers in Dongning City. Zhong Bai, thick-skinned as he was, didn't dare claim this merit. It was Mr. Lin. Mr. Liao nodded in satisfaction. He was no fool, having watched the matches firsthand. He naturally saw that it was always Lin Yuan who controlled the turbulence. Zhong Bai and the others were no better than accessories. Where is Mr. Lin now? Mr. Liao asked with concern. Since losing to that team from Lanyue City, Lin Yuan had withdrawn from the virtual universe. Mr. Lin said he needed to seclude himself for a while. Zhong Bai honestly stated. Lin Yuan had indeed told him this before leaving. I see, Mr. Lin must be tired. Mr. Liao nodded in understanding. After all, the opponents from Lanyue City were too powerful, especially that rare third-rank dream evolver whose strength, if unleashed to the fullest in the real world, could plunge nearly 1 million civilians in half a city into sleep simultaneously. To contend with such a terrifying opponent indeed exhausted one's mental strength. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Underground Training Facility. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Dozens of matches in the tournament, witnessing hundreds to thousands of different evolvers. Critiquing countless evolutionary paths in his mind while integrating them with his against heaven's understanding. At some unknown moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A taiji pattern of interlocked yin and yang flashed within the depths of his pupils. Third rank? Lin Yuan exhaled softly. The aura within his body began to change swiftly. The third rank of the martial path evolutionary path had finally been achieved. Chapter 63 4th Level Citizens. Is this the third rank? Feeling his body rapidly transforming, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After the second shuttling ended, Lin Yuan was already at the peak of the second layer. Lin Yuan pondered the Force evolution path and was nearly one step into the third rank. Even so, Lin Yuan was still not at the third rank. Other evolvers at the peak of the second layer had traceable paths to reaching the third rank. Their own evolution paths would also provide detailed guidance. How to step into the third rank. What conditions are needed to be met. After meeting the conditions, what should be done. But as the opener of an evolutionary path, everything for Lin Yuan was unknown. Even with his against heaven's understanding, if it hadn't been for the past few months fighting with many evolvers and closely perceiving many evolutionary paths, Lin Yuan's step into the third rank would have been greatly delayed. Evolver of the third rank, also known as City Destroyer grade, can penetrate half a city with a full force strike. The third rank of my martial path evolutionary path covers several miles with the taiji field. With a mere thought, everything within its range is annihilated. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the taiji field faintly spreading, covering the entire Shuiwei residential complex. One could say that at this moment, the lives of everyone in the Shuiwei residential complex hung on Lin Yuan's thoughts. In the entirety of Kanglin's star, among evolvers below 100 years old, there are definitely no more than 20 who have reached the third rank, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As a middle-grade life planet, Kanglin star had a resident population of over 50 billion. Such a huge population base would inevitably give birth to some extraordinarily talented geniuses. Like one of Lin Yuan's opponents in this arena competition, whom he held in high regard, born during a thunderstorm, struck by lightning at birth. Thousands around him perished under the thunder, but he alone survived. Not only that, his physique was baptized by the thunder, naturally possessing the thunder attribute extremely fast, and he could even transform into thunder. Thus, other competing evolvers referred to him as the Thunder God. the power of thunder, extreme in its rigidity and yang. Although Lin Yuan had yet to face Thunder God, he felt that his Taiji field would probably not be able to trap the opponent. Evolver like Thunder God belonged to the unique type of evolver, individually powerful but unable to be generalized, only suitable for him alone. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Now that I have stepped into the third rank with my martial path, am I allowed to reveal my full strength in the upcoming arena competition? Lin Yuan inquired. The Goddess of Wisdom had previously reminded him not to reveal his identity as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, as it could draw the attention of those different species, and possibly lead to being added to their assassination list. Please rest assured, exceptionally powerful evolver talents are not noticed by different species until they break into the star domain ranking. The Goddess of Wisdom explained softly. The territory of the Cosmic Human Alliance was far too vast, and its population extremely large. Just Kanglan Star had 50 billion citizens. And Kanglan Star was just one middle-grade life planet that belonged to the Chikuan Star domain. For the Chikuan Star domain, life planets like Kanglan Star numbered over 1 million. Even a flourishing star domain like Chikuan was just one among many that were governed by the realms of human civilization. The different species simply do not have the energy or strength to pay attention to the top 10 or even top 100 human evolver talents of a certain planet. Compared to evolutionary paths that can be permanently passed down, individual humans truly seem somewhat insignificant. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, then proceeded to ask the Goddess of Wisdom whether others could figure out that he was practicing the martial path evolutionary path. The explanation given by the Goddess of Wisdom was that it was very hard to tell. To be precise, almost impossible. Nowadays, not a single person practicing the martial path evolutionary path had reached the Grandmaster realm, let alone grasp the Tao of Taiji in the Yin-Yang realm. Without reaching this realm, how could one comprehend the true mystery of the Tao of Taiji, and how could others figure out that Lin Yuan was using the Tao of Taiji? The evolution pathways made public by the Cosmic Human Alliance were as vast as the sea. There were indeed others similar to the martial path evolutionary path, similar to the Tao of Taiji. Unless Lin Yuan himself spoke up, how could others guess it? In the arena competition, Lin Yuan knew many opponents' evolution paths because that information was disclosed by the individuals themselves. As long as Lin Yuan didn't blurt out that what he practiced was the martial path, others couldn't possibly guess the exact path. At most, they could determine a vague range. Keep in mind that the evolution path is an extremely personal matter. Once your evolution path is known, one can specifically target the weaknesses of that path to exploit the evolver. Therefore, unless they were very confident evolvers, normal evolvers would not advertise the evolutionary path they were on. I've taken the opportunity to upgrade my citizen level. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted slightly, and he directly spent merit points to upgrade his citizen level. Half a year ago, just after finishing his second shuttle, the merit points Lin Yuan received from submitting the further developments of his martial path evolutionary path were enough to upgrade to 4th level. However, it was to freeload on the loan limit from the Human Civilization Central Bank that Lin Yuan decided to delay it until now. Beep. As the merit points were spent, Lin Yuan's citizen level officially upgraded to 4th level. A 4th level citizen could already be considered among the elite of Kanglan Star, only matched by the citizen levels of the ruling officials. The privileges of a 4th level citizen were updated and went deeper than those of a 3rd level citizen. An added privilege was that if Lin Yuan felt his life was threatened, he could now directly command the battleship fleet of Kanglan Star to protect himself. In addition, Lin Yuan's loan limit at the central bank had reached 1 billion, and Lin Yuan had received a transfer of 20 million from the central bank. To upgrade to a 5th level citizen requires 50,000 merit points? Lin Yuan frowned. No wonder there were no 5th level citizens on the entire Kanglan Star. The merit points required to upgrade to a 5th level citizen were more than the total for all the previous 4 levels. Take it slow. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Now that his martial path evolutionary path was only at the 3rd rank, it had already brought him so many merit points. One day in the future, when he reaches the 5th or 6th rank with this evolutionary path, will there be any shortage of merit points? Just having a theoretical potential for the 6th rank had already earned Lin Yuan 20,000 merit points. If the martial path evolutionary path truly became a 6th rank evolution path, the merit points Lin Yuan would receive would certainly far exceed 20,000. Mr. Liao has been here 3 times? Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor log. I've been in seclusion for 3 days? Lin Yuan got up and sent a message back to Mr. Liao. I'm fine. During the breakthrough to the 3rd rank, both Lin Yuan's physique and soul underwent transformation, so it took a bit longer. No sooner had Lin Yuan sent his message than Mr. Liao instantly replied. If there's anything wrong, you must tell me. That Lu Meng has attack methods that can penetrate dreams and the soul, and even in the virtual world, you can't be completely isolated. Mr. Liao's tone was filled with concern. Lin Yuan's last match before going into seclusion was against that 3rd rank evolver of the dream evolution path. Mr. Liao was worried about whether Lin Yuan had been affected. After all, the tournament fights in the past few months made Mr. Liao fully realize Lin Yuan's incomparable evolutive talent. With just a strength of the 2nd layer in the 12th segment, Lin Yuan had held his own against a 3rd rank evolver for half an hour. If it wasn't for the time limit, perhaps he could have continued holding on. Such potential, even across the whole Eastern continent, was among the cream of the crop, the kind that wouldn't emerge even after dozens of tournaments. I'm really fine. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and then sent another message. I'm already at the 3rd rank. Stepping into the 3rd rank couldn't be hidden for long. During the upcoming individual tournaments, when facing those 3rd rank opponents, Lin Yuan would certainly show his corresponding strength. Dongning City Evolvers Association. Mr. Liao sat in his seat, staring blankly at the virtual screen in front of him with the reply on it, especially at those 6 words. I'm already at the 3rd rank. It left Mr. Liao's mind completely muddled. It took quite a moment for him to barely come to his senses. 3rd rank? Lin Yuan had stepped into the 3rd rank? His Dongning City had actually produced a 3rd rank evolver? There had been thousands of tournaments held in Dongning City, and at its peak there were just 2 or 3 2nd rank evolvers. As for 3rd rank evolvers, Mr. Liao didn't even dare to think about it. One of the conditions for the tournament was being under 100 years old. There had indeed been 3rd rank evolvers born in Dongning City, but with the additional condition of being under 100 years old, it was truly unprecedented. Even across the entire Eastern continent, let alone the whole Kanglan Star, evolvers meeting this condition were few and far between. Now, during the tournaments, there were just over a dozen evolvers who had clearly demonstrated 3rd rank strength. My Dongning City has birthed a dragon. Mr. Liao's eyes reddened as he murmured to himself. Chapter 64. I am the thunder soon. The group competition in the arenas of Kanglan Star had ended. Dongning City, thanks to Lin Yuan's overwhelming force, astonishingly secured the 100th spot. It should be noted, this was a ranking across all of Kanglan Star. Kanglan Star is divided into 5 continents: the Eastern Continent, Western Continent, Northern Continent, Southern Continent, and the most powerful, the Central Mainland. Over 20,000 cities participated. To snatch a spot in the top 100 among so many cities, something that made countless cities green with envy. Everyone could see clearly that Kanglan City had achieved this rank only because of Lin Yuan. This evolver, who was to a certain extent comparable to those of the 3rd rank, was the core of Dongning City's team. As for the other 3, calling them accessories would be a compliment. If our city had an evolver like Lin Yuan, we could probably have made it into the top 50, one said. Indeed, an evolver who controls a domain's power is suitable for taking control of the entire field. Such an ability is very rare. Who knows what kind of dumb luck Dongning City stumbled into? In the previous arena competitions, we never even heard of this city, and now it suddenly popped up. Right? Does anyone here know this Lin Yuan? Countless spectators were quickly discussing. In the group competition, the most dazzling without a doubt was Lin Yuan. His prominence even eclipsed those over a dozen 3rd rank evolvers. After all, with second layer strength, holding off a third-rank evolver for over half an hour had been a rare sight in previous arena competitions. The individual competition is coming up next. No idea what rank that Lin Yuan could achieve. In my view, at least in the top 50? I believe in the top 20, only below those dozen or so third-rank evolvers. The hype around the arena competition intensified. After all, the individual competition attracted even more attention than the group competition. The Dongning City Arena. The individual arena competition would occur a full half-month after the group competition. Thus, it was only after the group competition ended that the individual competition began moving toward the top 500 rankings. Lin Yuan was standing on one side of the arena, quietly waiting for his opponent in this match. Meanwhile, the surrounding seats were filled with spectators. After hundreds of matches, Lin Yuan had also garnered a huge number of fans, especially in the last battle of the group competition, where by himself he held off one third-rank evolver and 3 second-rank pinnacle evolvers for over half an hour. Eventually, it was only because of the arena competition rules that he lost, thereby gaining countless fans. So now, each of Lin Yuan's matches drew a large number of spectators, these spectators coming from all over Kanglan Star. Even billions of ordinary citizens watched through live broadcast. I didn't expect that in this arena competition. I could have made it this far. Host Sun Bin was deeply moved. As the host of Dongning City, Sun Bin naturally only commented on Dongning City's matches. If all of Dongning City's participants were eliminated, there would naturally be nothing related to him. In the past arena competitions, the most Sun Bin had ever commented on was one match decades ago, but naturally it was nowhere near what was happening now. It should be noted, now in the arena competition, they had reached the top 500, signaling that it was nearing the final stages. Sun Bin felt like he was dreaming. Wrong, even in his dreams, Sun Bin dared not dream such a thing. Alright, now our player Lin Yuan, who has created miracles all the way, has arrived. Sun Bin generously praised Lin Yuan, then began to introduce Lin Yuan's opponent. This match's opponent is Sima Yun from Haiyuan City, also a second-rank pinnacle evolver, who has chosen the water element evolution path. Looking around at the seats filled with spectators, Sun Bin's voice became vigorous. In terms of historical performance, Lin Yuan definitely has a higher chance of winning, but one shouldn't underestimate Sima Yun. On the field, Lin Yuan looked towards the distant opponent who had appeared. Sima Yun was a woman with blue pupils. Looking at her was like looking at an ocean. Water element evolution path. Lin Yuan's face showed interest. The water element evolution path, one of the elemental paths within the overarching element evolution paths, which include the 5 mainstream paths like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other special paths like shadow and ice. In earlier matches, Lin Yuan had encountered some evolvers of other types of element evolution paths, but the water element evolution path was indeed rare. Soon, the match began. Lin Yuan was about to deploy the Taiji field. Time to closely examine Sima Yun. Just then, standing opposite Lin Yuan, Sima Yun raised her hand without hesitation. I concede. Sima Yun looked deeply at Lin Yuan. If it were any other opponent, Sima Yun would have at least tried to resist. She wouldn't have conceded directly. But with Lin Yuan, Sima Yun had been watching Lin Yuan for a long time. She knew Lin Yuan's way of fighting. Opponents facing Lin Yuan often held on until the very last moment, during which they would be toyed with and tested by Lin Yuan. Whether facing a first-rank opponent or a second-layer one, it was the same. Over time, Sima Yun realized something was amiss. So, she chose to concede directly. After all, Sima Yun felt that she absolutely could not last more than half an hour against a third-rank evolver. If Lin Yuan could do it, it proved he was more powerful than her. Rather than being toyed with after engaging in combat, it was better to concede outright. Conceding, Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He sighed. Lately, the individual competitors who lacked ambition like this were becoming increasingly common. Before leaving, Sima Yun, curious, asked Lin Yuan one thing. Are you also after those 10 spots? Like them? 10 spots. Lin Yuan didn't answer. When he returned to the lounge, Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. As an evolver who could advance into the top 500, Sima Yun's words must have some basis. 10 spots. The top 10? Or something else? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. He began connecting to the goddess of wisdom. I want to know about the arena competition's 10 spots. Lin Yuan asked directly. Rather than painstakingly scouting for information about the 10 spots, it was better to ask the goddess of wisdom directly, who knew everything that human civilization should and shouldn't know. Access granted. The so-called 10 spots refer to this year's Kanglan Star Arena competition being observed by the Chikuan Star Lord. The top 10 individual arena competitors have a chance to catch the eyes of the Chikuan Star Lord. The solemn and calm voice of the goddess of wisdom slowly emerged. Chikuan Star Lord? Lin Yuan looked a bit surprised. This was the supreme figure who ruled a star domain. The Chikuan Star Domain included 8 major star systems, all within this Chikuan Star Lord's realm of influence. Kanglan Star, Central Mainland. In a private space, a male figure with the shadow of thunder in his pupils was sitting on a sofa. This man merely sat there, and the surrounding void subtly flickered with fine strands of lightning. This is the list of competitors to watch out for in this competition, along with detailed information. Thunder God, you might want to take a look to avoid any issues during the contest. Next to the man with thunder in his pupils stood a middle-aged man who gently pressed on a virtual screen in front of him, dismissing it in front of the sofa. The list mostly consisted of evolvers who had reached the 3rd rank, with a few exceptional cases of second-layer peak evolvers, and Lin Yuan's name was among them. I don't need these. Thunder God's face remained calm. Since his youth, when lightning had struck and killed thousands of people around him while he alone survived and his body was transformed into a body of thunder, he randomly chose a pathway of evolution related to thunder and rapidly advanced, reaching the 3rd rank in just a few decades. With regards to combat power, he had swept through the ranks, commanding thunder, mastering thunder, and incarnating as thunder, giving him an overwhelming advantage against other evolvers. Analyzing opponents is the behavior of the weak. I do not need it. Thunder God slowly stood up and walked to the window, his eyes slightly fervent as he said, The competitors in this arena competition, I have never considered them worthy of attention, because they are all commoners, and I am the Thunder. Thunder God stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his tone measured, filled with immense confidence. Chapter 65 Ancient God Evolution Path Rest Area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. A holographic screen appeared in front of him, flashing through the profiles of various evolvers. These evolvers had all made it into the top 50 of the tournament. Even if they weren't 3rd realm, they weren't far off and each had their own trump card. Lin Yuan watched carefully, even pulling up videos of these evolvers' previous battles. With Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, even viewing battle videos could give him a certain degree of sudden enlightenment. Of course, compared to a real battle, these videos were just appetizers. Battle videos similar to the NPCs in old games. All their moves and techniques were already fixed. How could they compare to the vast insights brought by real-time battles and immediate feedback? Fong Qing. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. He looked at the information displayed in front of him. The subject of the information was a young man. He looked harmless enough, but he was a hot favorite for champion in this tournament. So far, no one knew the evolution path Fong Qing had taken. Yet each time Fong Qing made a move, he ended the battle in 1 or 2 moves, even against 3rd realm evolvers. This was the opposite of Lin Yuan. In the eyes of most spectators, Lin Yuan particularly liked to play with his opponents. Even against a 1st rank evolver, he would drag it to overtime. This induced innate fear in many evolvers towards Lin Yuan. Aside from Fong Qing, there were several other evolvers Lin Yuan needed to pay attention to. Take Thunder God, for example, who could summon and command thunder. Lin Yuan was not too worried about him. Only the incarnation as thunder. Becoming thunder meant energy transformation throughout the body, which could immunize against most physical attacks. There was also a 3rd rank evolver who followed the poison evolution path. The poison evolution path was a very niche path. Evolver who practiced this path were extremely rare and scarce. However, once someone achieved something on this path, the techniques they mastered would trouble all evolvers of the same or even higher levels. Poison did not merely damage the body. It also affected and could suppress the soul and spirit. A third-rank poison path evolver, if willing, could effortlessly wipe out a city of millions, even tens of millions of citizens. Time passed. Before long, half a day had drifted by. The virtual world tournament invited Lin Yuan to participate in the match. At this point in the tournament, they were down to the top 50 competitors. Each contender was either a third-realm evolver or a second-layer evolver with special techniques. Ordinary second-layer evolvers had been eliminated early on. Currently, among these 50 evolvers, 19 were confirmed third realm. In the rest area, Lin Yuan accepted the official invitation from the tournament. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared in the center of the arena. The moment Lin Yuan appeared, cheers like a tsunami suddenly erupted from all directions. So many people? Lin Yuan looked around and saw that nearly 10 million seats surrounding him were already filled. The tournament had now moved to the most prosperous city arena in the central mainland. As for the number of matches, it had gone from 8,000 matches a day when the tournament began to just 5 matches today. This convergence of spectators resulted in nearly 10 million at this match. Keep in mind, the audience capable of attending in the virtual world were either evolvers or citizens of the second rank and above. As for the ordinary citizens watching the live broadcast, their numbers were likely over 10 billion. Couldn't be helped. Now there were only 2 matches a day timed apart. Audiences wanting to watch the tournament could only opt for this match. Lin Yuan appeared in the arena. This caused a huge cheer from the audience. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan has arrived. The Tormentor King Lin Yuan. All kinds of cheers. Though it wasn't a live match, the virtual world completely replicated reality. Everyone's voices carried through the air, deafening. Before long, Lin Yuan's opponent also appeared. He was a tall man with a cold gaze, and a strange chill spread from where he stood. Third Realm Evolver Bingyan. Following the special elemental evolution path of ice. Previous contenders against Bingyan almost all ended up as ice sculptures. Bingyan's arrival further incited the surrounding spectators. Although Lin Yuan had broken into the third realm, up to now, he had never shown his full third realm power. Most of his previous opponents had surrendered voluntarily, and those who did not were not strong enough to make Lin Yuan exert his full strength. Therefore, in the eyes of the spectators, Lin Yuan was just a special second-layer evolver. And Bingyan was indeed a third-rank evolver. On Kanglan Star, there were no more than 20 individuals who could step into third rank by the age of 100. Bingyan was one of them. I've seen your match videos. I admit you're strong, but meeting me means this is as far as you go, Bingyan said in an even tone, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Up to now, Lin Yuan's most notable achievement was that he had managed to last more than half an hour against a third-rank evolver. But that third-rank evolver was a rare dream evolver, skilled in soul and spirit attacks. If Lin Yuan had some accomplishments in soul and spirit, enduring that long wouldn't be surprising. Based on the analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of normal evolution paths that specialize in soul and spirit inevitably have weaknesses in physical matter. The ice evolution path, which Bingyan specialized in, was best at freezing everything, including the physical body. That was why Bingyan was very confident. Up in the spectator stands, at a middle seat, there sat a young man who appeared gentle and harmless. He looked down at the battleground below with a somewhat bored expression. Teacher, these 2 contestants, one has yet to reach third rank, the other follows an ordinary evolution path. Watching their match isn't as good as spending more time cultivating in the rest area, he said. The young man was named Fang Qing, and he was a popular favorite to win this tournament. Fool! A palm-sized, white-bearded old man appeared on Fang Qing's shoulder. This white-bearded old man was ethereal in form, visible and perceptible only to Fang Qing. Have you failed to see the special aspect of that Lin Yuan evolver? The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. Special aspect? Fang Qing was slightly taken aback. The embryonic form of a domain? Fang Qing ventured a guess. The strongest technique Lin Yuan had displayed was the embryonic form of a domain. This power was something 4th and 5th rank evolvers hoped to master. Yet, the embryonic form of a domain was enormously difficult for other evolvers to access. But to someone of the ancient god lineage like him, it was just SOSO. If Fangqing wanted, he could also quickly master the embryonic form of a domain. It's not the embryonic form of the domain that's special, but the power that evolves it. The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes. Furthermore, our old master once dominated dozens of star domains, overlooking everything. It was only in the end that he was surrounded and killed by a different species plot because of his arrogance. As the successor to our old master, even though you follow the ancient god evolution path, if you continue to be complacent and underestimate your enemies, you will eventually follow in the old master's footsteps, the white-bearded old man couldn't help but say. Once upon a time, the old master was glorious, but he died like a snuffed-out candle, and everything ceased to exist. I understand. Fangqing's expression became serious as he began to watch the fight below intently. If my guess is right, that Lin Yuan has probably already reached 3rd rank. The white-bearded old man continued. Already 3rd rank? Fangqing looked alarmed. On the battlefield, as soon as the host announced the start of the match, Bingyan immediately took action. Though confident, he did not take the slightest chance and exerted his full strength right away. A terrifying chill spread rapidly. But in the next moment, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the area. The Taiji field at the 3rd layer level, being more refined, imposed greater constraints on the enemy. Facing an opponent at the 3rd layer, Lin Yuan had no intent to hide his skills, and he used the Taiji field to suppress his opponent. What is this? Bingyan's expression changed slightly. In previous matches, Lin Yuan had also displayed the Taiji field, but it shouldn't have been this powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have been overwhelmed by that 3rd rank dream evolver. Have you already reached 3rd rank? Bingyan's expression grew solemn. Such a level of suppression could only be achieved by the embryonic form of a domain at the 3rd layer. However, defeating me won't be so easy. Bingyan charged towards Lin Yuan, transforming almost into a 1,000-year iceberg, crashing down fiercely. Despite being restrained by the Taiji field, Bingyan's speed reached an astonishing level, approaching 1,000 meters per second. Boom! The two clashed fiercely. See that? That Lin Yuan isn't simple, is he? The white-bearded elder, sitting on Fangqing's shoulder, observed the battlefield below with interest. Indeed, he's not simple. Fangqing nodded slightly. He could see that the power Lin Yuan wielded was not just of one kind, but 2 completely opposite forces. These 2 diametrically opposite forces, in Lin Yuan's hands, had reached a certain balance and fused perfectly together. If I were to fight Lin Yuan, I reckon I'd use the ancient god True Body, then suppress him within 10 moves, and defeat him within 200 moves. Fangqing reasoned. The reason it would take 200 moves was because Fangqing could see that the combining forces Lin Yuan mastered were particularly adept in defense, capable of converting an enemy's attack into his own. Fusing powers, that's something 6th rank individuals have the capability of doing. Without relying on the ancient god evolution path, under the same conditions, you aren't as good as this Lin Yuan. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fangqing. Chapter 66, The 3rd Shuttle, It's Unbearable. At this moment, Bingyan felt somewhat withdrawn. He felt as if the Taiji field around him was a spider web, and he was a bug trapped within it. Every move he made was severely constrained. After the initial burst, Lin Yuan had easily blocked his attack. Bingyan realized he no longer had any chance of victory. The following time seemed exceedingly lengthy. Under the coverage of the Taiji field, Bingyan was even unable to call out "I give up." He could only be mercilessly toyed with by Lin Yuan for over half an hour before the battle ended. Meanwhile, the surrounding audience let out an earth-shaking cheer. Before the match, a majority of the audience believed that Bingyan had better odds of winning. After all, 3rd rank against 2nd layer, even if the latter had an impressive record of holding off a 3rd rank for half an hour. But as the match began, as Lin Yuan demonstrated his 3rd rank strength, the atmosphere of the match reached its peak. Initially, it was third rank against second layer, so Lin Yuan didn't stand much of a chance. Now it was third rank against third rank. The gap between the two was gone. Especially during the battle, Lin Yuan completely suppressed Bing Yan using the Taiji field. This caused countless spectators to get caught up in the excitement. A third-rank evolver is a city destroyer-grade existence, able to destroy a city in no time if unleashed. Now, having two third-rank evolvers clashing before them was an unparalleled experience. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is invincible. Lin Yuan, can you come torment me? Among countless cheers, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. He returned to the resting area. Phew! Lin Yuan breathed out gently. Ice attributes power. Countless insights flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. In the exchange with Bing Yan, his opponent freely displayed a myriad of ice-based techniques. To other evolvers, these would be terrifying trump moves. But in Lin Yuan's heart, they were revelations related to this power. The ice of all things freezes everything. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, deep in thought. Second-rank ice-type evolvers merely manifested basic uses of ice power. Third-rank ice-type evolvers, however, could slightly delve deeper into the essence of ice. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Half an hour of trading moves with Bing Yan was quite beneficial for him. It was comparable to the time he battled with a dream sequence third rank. But Lin Yuan's expression suddenly became solemn. As he rose in the rankings of the arena, Lin Yuan also felt a certain pressure. In the battle with Bing Yan, Lin Yuan had to reveal his third-rank strength. Though he hadn't played all his cards, Bing Yan had forced Lin Yuan to consider him seriously. Bing Yan was already tough enough, what about the higher-ranked third-rank evolvers? Keep in mind, among the 19 third-rank evolvers, Bing Yan's strength wasn't even at the forefront. Could Lin Yuan still afford to be as easygoing if he faced one of the top-ranked third-rank evolvers? Just as Lin Yuan was feeling the pressure. A flicker passed through Lin Yuan's mind. His consciousness entirely plunged into the depths of his mind. There, a majestic gate stood. At this moment, the gate's peripheral area was completely illuminated. Can I travel now? Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered. Unnoticed, more than 10 months had passed since his second interdimensional travel ended. The door to the myriad realms, having accumulated energy over this period, could now facilitate Lin Yuan's third journey. I wonder what kind of world will this journey take me to? With a thought, Lin Yuan began to extend a wisp of consciousness toward the depths of the door to the myriad realms. The prior two travels involved investing his entire consciousness. But this time, Lin Yuan tried to invest only a wisp of consciousness. This thread of consciousness only possessed 1/10,000th of Lin Yuan's total mental capacity. Even if he were to suffer a devastating blow, it would hardly affect Lin Yuan, who could recover in just an hour or two. Buzz! As Lin Yuan's thread of consciousness probed deeper. In a trance, Lin Yuan seemed to see a vast world. This grand world was magnificent, and at a fleeting glance, Lin Yuan saw a weapon as large as a mountain in shadow form. Is that a weapon? Lin Yuan's expression was one of astonishment, and then his consciousness returned to his main body. At the same time, Lin Yuan also received some information about this journey through worlds. Dwell time, 160 years. That world, it's a higher tier than the Dragon Tiger world. As for the flow of time, 160 years there, probably 2 to 3 days here in the main world. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. This trial had prepared Lin Yuan somewhat. At the very least, he wouldn't be as clueless as he was during the first two teleportations. In half a day, I have another match. After that, it's the finals for the top 10, which will be held in half a month. Lin Yuan decided to teleport again in half a day. This interval would not delay anything. During the wait, Lin Yuan wasn't idle. Instead, he went to watch the matches of other evolvers. First up was the one named the Poison Path Evolver. This evolver's opponent was also a third rank. But from the start of the match, the opponent's face turned from green to purple. Obviously, he had been poisoned severely. Then, after more than 10 minutes, his body completely rotted away. During this time, the Poison Path Evolver only put up a symbolic defense, then watched as his opponent collapsed on the ground. Next, Lin Yuan watched the match of the one known as Thunder God. It was still a match between third-rank evolvers. Thunder God controlled the thunder, and finally even transformed into thunder, directly crushing the third-rank evolver. Thunder God's match was basically without suspense. No matter how potent the opponent, the moment Thunder God chose to embody thunder, the match was over. Lastly, Lin Yuan watched the match of the one known as Fang Qing. Fang Qing's opponent was not weak, ranking near the top among third-rank evolvers, just behind Thunder God. However, even this potent third-rank evolver couldn't withstand 5 moves against Fang Qing. At the 5th move, a majestic figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Qing, its ancient and vast aura pervading the arena. The opponent's spirit was shaken, and he was directly smashed into a pulp by the imposing figure. Ancient God Evolutionary Pathway. Lin Yuan exhaled softly. This pathway was extremely rare and was well known not only in the Qikuan star domain but also in surrounding star domains. Images of the majestic figure behind Fang Qing emerged in Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him feeling weighed down. Truthfully, even if he deployed all his cards, Lin Yuan lacked any confidence in defeating Fang Qing. After watching Fang Qing's match, Lin Yuan heard another piece of news. An evolver at the pinnacle of second layer broke through in bloodline during the match, stepping directly into third rank. This top-tier third-rank evolver was a bloodline evolver who was initially thought to have just an ordinary third-rank bloodline. But after the bloodline breakthrough, it was revealed that this third-rank bloodline concealed a 6th-rank lineage. 6th-rank lineage. This was a lineage that belonged to offspring of fallen star-level beings. With the bloodline awakening, this evolver instantly became the most favored candidate for the championship, nearly pushing down ancient god evolutionary pathway Fang Qing. Half a day later, the match ended. Returning to the resting area, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His expression conveyed solemnity. The stage of the matches had reached a point where no evolver was easy to contend with. Thunder God had a unique constitution, able to transform into thunder, a talent unmatched. Fang Qing practiced the ancient god evolution pathway, with a massive background and predecessors paving the way. The evolver whose bloodline reached 6th rank had ancestors who were fallen star-level powerhouses, leaving behind a legacy sufficient for him to dominate among the third ranks. Compared with them, Lin Yuan seemed rather inconspicuous, with an ordinary background and no notable lineage. On the path of evolution, background, resources, and lineage are indeed important, but not absolutely necessary. I, Lin Yuan, even without any remarkable background, resources, or lineage can still rely on my efforts to achieve successes equal to anyone else's in the future. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world, his body laying in the nourishment pod, eyes closed. Door to the myriad realms. Allow me to travel through. Chapter 67 New Identity. In a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Where am I? This was Lin Yuan's first thought. Have I not been born yet? This was Lin Yuan's second thought. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Yuan was still in his mother's womb. Warm amniotic fluid flowed all around him. Why do I get smaller with each transmigration? Lin Yuan felt a bit of a toothache, although he didn't have teeth yet. The first time he transmigrated, Lin Yuan was a little monk over 3 years old. The second time, Lin Yuan had just been born. Now, for the third transmigration, he was directly in the womb. Even though Lin Yuan knew that the transmigration through the door to the myriad realms was completely random, he couldn't help feeling speechless. But this might not be a bad thing. After quickly adapting to his current situation, Lin Yuan began to ponder. Before transmigrating, Lin Yuan had studied the body of Lulan He from the Thunder Rainstar region. As an offshoot of a major figure in the Thunder Rainstar region, Lulan He's original body came from a highly rare special life form deep in the cosmos. With his parents' genes as the carrier, the core genes of this special life form were mixed in. The body cultivated from this combination had potential, and in many other respects, far surpassed that of a normal human. Lulan He's body, even without any cultivation, could rapidly grow to a second-layer strength. In the main world for half a year, Lin Yuan, apart from contemplating the subsequent path of martial path evolutionary path, devoted all his remaining energy to comprehending the mysteries of such a body. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had already comprehended a complete set of body transformation techniques. This technique allowed the body to transform slowly and achieve the effect of enhancing the life essence. As for the efficiency of life essence transformation, the younger the age, the better. Lin Yuan's body in the main world was already mature, with his physique fully developed. The progress of practicing this technique was slow, with only 1/10 completed in half a year. However, now Lin Yuan had not yet been born. Every aspect of his body was in a nascent state. It was simply the best time to practice this body transformation technique. In fact, Lin Yuan had specifically set aside part of his energy to contemplate this body transformation technique, to prevent the scenario that occurred during the last transmigration, when he was born and immediately faced an extreme situation with no ability to resist. Transforming his body in this way, at the very least, would give Lin Yuan the power to protect himself ahead of time. Let's not rush the body transformation. Let's see what the status and background of my parents are in this life first. Body transformation requires energy. And since Lin Yuan had not been born yet, naturally he couldn't gather energy on his own. So, once Lin Yuan began body transformation, he would instinctively absorb the energy of the mother's body. This would manifest as the mother developing a huge appetite, needing to consume all sorts of nourishing supplements. If this were a poor family, such a situation would definitely be adding insult to injury. If that were the case, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to faithfully wait until after birth to make plans. Compared to body transformation, Lin Yuan was even less willing to perish prematurely. Body transformation techniques could be practiced even after birth, absorbing the yin and yang energies of the heavens and earth, with effects evident within hours. It was absolutely unnecessary to shift the risk to the mother's womb. Time passed by. Before long, half a month had gone by. It seems I'm off to a good start this time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. During this time, he faintly sensed that just the servants tending to his mother numbered dozens. What average family could boast such treatment? Moreover, Lin Yuan could also feel that his mother ate expensive supplements every day. This fact was confirmed by the energy transferred from the umbilical cord. In this transmigration, my identity must be that of a prince, my father the reigning emperor, my mother a noble concubine, and my maternal grandfather a highly esteemed senior official. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Over the past half-month, Lin Yuan often heard conversations from outside. These conversations, naturally not anticipating that Lin Yuan would eavesdrop, touched upon many secrets. Initially, Lin Yuan didn't understand the language of this world. He couldn't understand it, but after listening a lot, he naturally learned it. That's what against heaven's understanding is. For the same sound, others might need to hear it hundreds or thousands of times before they could remember it or barely understand it. Lin Yuan only needed to hear it once to roughly understand. Then, combining the tone of voice when the sound was spoken with the reactions of others, he generally understood the meaning. After listening to a few more sentences, he pretty much got the hang of it. To learn a language was just that simple. Within the 100 Flowers Hall, a palace maid hurried in. "Your Highness, I've inquired with the imperial physician. This time you're definitely bearing a prince." The palace maid spoke excitedly, but carefully looked around, afraid of being overheard by others. Wang Shangfeng didn't seem to care much. "Whether it's a son or a daughter, it's a child of His Majesty and me, and he'll be happy regardless," Wang Shangfeng said with a gentle tone. "Oh my, Your Highness, how can you understand so little?" The maid spoke anxiously. "Now that His Majesty has yet to have a prince, if Your Highness gives birth to a prince in the future, there are some things you're not allowed to say." Before the maid could finish, Wang Shangfeng's expression suddenly turned icy cold as she calmly looked over. "Yes, yes." The maid's face turned pale as she tremblingly knelt on the ground. "It seems that my mother in this life..." Inside the womb, Lin Yuan quietly listened to the commotion outside, and he held a rather high opinion of his mother in this life. She at least knew how to keep a low profile. This won't do. In the depths of the palace, it's easy to dodge a known threat, but an unseen arrow is hard to guard against. I must hasten the transformation of my physical body. A sense of urgency surged in Lin Yuan's heart. It was a feeling that had been lingering ever since he realized he was in the imperial palace, particularly after learning that the current emperor had no princes. The urgency grew even stronger. Even palace maids were aware that what Wang Shangfeng carried might very well be a prince. Were the other consorts oblivious? Especially the reigning empress, if she harbored any other thoughts. Lin Yuan would be in danger. Of course, Lin Yuan's transformation was entirely based on Wang Shangfeng's reactions. He would not absorb energy indiscriminately, instead using the gentle energy formed by the transformation to nourish the mother's body in turn. As Lin Yuan began the transformation of his physical body, Wang Shangfeng instantly felt a sense of hunger. It was as if she hadn't eaten anything for 3 days and nights. Luckily, she was in the imperial palace and had a strong background herself. She hardly lacked any substantial nourishment, so no problems arose. 8 months later, Wang Shangfeng caressed her belly. "You little rascal have eaten so many tonics from your mother?" Wang Shangfeng sighed. If one word could describe the past half-year, it would be eat. An ordinary person might only consume a strand of 100-year-old ginseng. Wang Shangfeng could eat half of one in a single bite. Not to mention the variety of spiritual and precious medicines from the deep mountains. Wang Shangfeng never stopped consuming them. If it weren't for the support of her maternal family, secretly covering the expensive costs, this matter would have likely alarmed the entire palace long ago. After all, being able to eat is good, but eating too much is peculiar. Even so, there were rumors within the palace about Wang Shangfeng's appetite. Even Emperor Lu Shi had heard of it, but he did not inquire further. After all, Wang Shangfeng was a strong cultivator before entering the palace. What's wrong with eating a little more during pregnancy? However, if Emperor Lu Shi knew Wang Shangfeng's actual appetite, he would not think so. It's almost time. My days of suffering are about to end. Wang Shangfeng faintly felt the movements of her child in her stomach, occasionally kicking her. Counting the days, it was time for her to give birth. The Greater Yan Dynasty. Inside the Chengtian Hall of the Imperial Palace. Emperor Lu Shi of the Greater Yan was sitting at his desk, dealing with political affairs. Your Majesty, Consort Wang has given birth. Consort Wang has delivered. Right at this moment, a little eunuch hurried over, speaking respectfully. "Oh, another daughter, right?" Emperor Lu Shi asked casually without even lifting his eyelids. Since his ascension to the throne, Lu Shi had favored many consorts, yet none had borne him a son. To be precise, not a single prince was born. As for princesses, there were plenty, but without a prince, who would inherit the emperor's seat in the future? Could it be that he would have to adopt one from another branch of the imperial clan? Lu Shi was naturally not willing to do so. He had struggled hard to seize the throne, and he intended for his own son to inherit it. But unfortunately, no matter how hard Lu Shi tried, all of his offspring were princesses, without exception. Counting the number, in the past 20 years, Lu Shi had already conferred the title of princess to more than 60 of them. Having ascended the throne for over 20 years and without a single prince, rumors spread everywhere within the court and beyond. If it were not for Lu Shi's ruthless methods, his position as the emperor might not be secure at this moment. Could this be the punishment from my ancestors? Lu Shi's eyes lost their focus. In those years, to ascend to the throne, he had killed all of his several brothers. After becoming emperor, to reclaim the great power, he even put those uncles who were princes under house arrest until their deaths. As Lu Shi's thoughts wandered, the eunuch's voice trembled as he spoke. Your Majesty, it's a prince. Consort Wang has given birth to a prince. I know, wait. Emperor Lu Shi waved his hand but suddenly paused. What did you say? Lu Shi's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of sharp light, staring straight at the eunuch. Word by word he asked, What did you say? Your Majesty, this servant is saying Consort Wang has given birth to a prince. The eunuch's scalp tingled, fearing that he had angered the emperor, and quickly spoke. "A prince!" Ripples arose in Lu Shi's heart. He had indeed heard the imperial physician say that it was very likely that Wang Shangfeng was carrying a boy. But Lu Shi had heard many such claims before, and more than half of his dozens of daughters were born under such claims. Only he had not expected that this time it would be true. "Your Majesty?" After a moment, the eunuch did not hear a reply and summoned the courage to look up, only to find that Emperor Lu Shi, who had been sitting at the desk, had already left. Outside the 100 Flowers Hall. The 100 Flowers Hall was Consort Wang's palace. At this moment, the Greater Yan Emperor Lu Shi stood outside the hall. "I have a son?" Lu Shi did not immediately go in but hesitated instead. "Your Majesty, this is a prince." At that moment, a plump imperial physician came out, holding a newborn infant, stopping in front of Lu Shi. "Your Majesty, this servant just examined him, and the prince's physique and innate strength are extremely powerful. He is an exceptional child that our Greater Yan has never seen since the founding of our dynasty." The plump imperial physician, excited, was trembling as he held the infant. "An exceptional child? My son is an exceptional child?" Emperor Lu Shi was momentarily stunned. Simply the fact that Wang Shangfeng had given birth to a son had already thrilled him beyond expectation. And to think that this son was also an exceptional child? Emperor Lu Shi glanced at the imperial physician. Noticing his sincere expression and the same exhilaration surging deep within his eyes, without any flattery, he instantly believed him to be 7 or 8 parts truthful. As thoughts churned, Emperor Lu Shi gazed at the infant, Lin Yuan, his hands trembling slightly. But in the end, Lu Shi still took Lin Yuan into his arms, cradling him in his hands. "Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of a prince. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of a prince. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of a prince." All the eunuchs and maids inside and outside the 100 Flowers Hall knelt down, shouting loudly. "I have a son? I, Lu Shi, finally have a son. And he's an exceptional child?" Emperor Lu Shi laughed heartily, carefully lifting Lin Yuan gently up high, as if he were lifting the entire Greater Yan dynasty. Chapter 68 Heaven blesses Great Yan. The birth of Lin Yuan seemed to transform Emperor Lu Shi into a different person. He even became much more diligent in attending court. After all, before Lin Yuan was born, Emperor Lu Shi once doubted whether he could ever have a son. Eventually, the imperial throne, however reluctantly, would have to be passed to another's hands. Even though this person would certainly be adopted under his name, be one of his descendants, and worship him as if he was their natural father, not having his own flesh and blood as heir always seemed a bit odd. This led to a lack of motivation in Lu Shi's handling of state affairs. What was the point of all this effort if the kingdom would end up in someone else's hands? But now everything had changed. Emperor Lu Shi had a son. He had produced an heir to inherit all that was his. Moreover, this son's constitution and innate talent were so strong that upon examination, Lu Shi found it unbelievable. With such a constitution and innate talent, the boy might well be able to tear tigers and leopards apart with his bare hands by the age of 2 or 3. Of course, while Lu Shi was delighted with this, he was well aware that martial prowess alone was not enough to be a good emperor. More importantly, political acumen was needed. Today's world was divided among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, and Greater Yan was merely a dynasty located in the southern Central Plains. One among the 36 kingdoms. It was not the weakest, but it had nothing to do with being the strongest either. Especially since, in this generation, as the most crucial foundation of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, a divine weapon master had yet to be cultivated. This made Lu Shi feel extremely troubled. Without a divine weapon master in place, Greater Yan always seemed a cut below when facing other nations. Of course, with the foundation of Greater Yan, there wouldn't be any serious problems in the short term, even without a weapon master. In Emperor Lu Shi's plan, he aimed to cultivate a weapon master for Greater Yan during his reign. By the time he passed the throne to Lin Yuan, the Greater Yan dynasty would be a peaceful and stable nation, both internally and externally. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to execute all his political aspirations. Be it reform or a change in laws, it would all be up to Lin Yuan to decide. But all this was based on the premise that Lin Yuan knew how to be an emperor. If he knew nothing and acted only according to his whims, wouldn't Emperor Lu Shi be handing Greater Yan over to a foolish ruler? Because of this, as soon as Lin Yuan turned 5, he was made the crown prince and began his training as the heir. Lin Yuan did not disappoint Lu Shi's expectations, being able to read and write at the age of 3 or 4. By the time he was 6, he had silenced with his reasoning the grand tutor specially chosen by Emperor Lu Shi. You must know that Lin Yuan's grand tutor was extraordinarily learned, not just a top graduate but also from a family that was a famous literary household within the Greater Yan dynasty. Such a person could lay down a dynasty's cultural foundation and leave a name in history regardless of the era. Yet he was bewildered by Lin Yuan, a mere child of 5, and could not respond for a long while. If this were to spread, it would surely stun the multitude of scholars who regarded the grand tutor as their mentor. Inside Changtian Hall, the grand tutor, wearing a helpless expression, complained to Emperor Lu Shi. "Your Majesty, I really can't teach him anymore." The grand tutor looked at Emperor Lu Shi seated on the dragon throne and couldn't help but speak up. "What happened? Did Yuaner make you angry again?" Emperor Lu Shi asked with immediate concern. He had gone to great lengths to persuade the grand tutor to teach Lin Yuan. After all, threatening a scholar's life is certainly futile. For most scholars, they very much aspire to be executed by the emperor because at least in this way, they can leave their name in history. And the emperor probably would have to bear some infamy. Furthermore, behind the grand tutor stood the support of the majority of Greater Yan's literati. A single move could affect the whole. If a forceful approach was ineffective, then a gentle one must be tried. After various promises and enticing prospects put forth by Emperor Lu Shi, the grand tutor finally agreed to teach Lin Yuan. But what Emperor Lu Shi had not anticipated was that, not even a year into the job, the grand tutor was planning to quit. "If it were just a matter of making me angry, that wouldn't be much of a problem." The grand tutor sighed lightly. He had lived for decades, and what kind of student hadn't he seen? His mentality was already extremely calm, confident in his ability to correct even the most stubborn of students. But Lin Yuan was not the least bit stubborn. Not only was he the opposite of stubborn, but he could also be described as astoundingly exceptional. All the concepts taught by the grand tutor were readily accepted by Lin Yuan without a hint of doubt. This initially left the grand tutor, who was waiting for Lin Yuan to raise questions, dumbfounded for quite a while. "You understood everything with just one explanation? Then what do you need me for?" At first, the grand tutor thought Lin Yuan was pretending to understand, so he carefully prepared several questions, aiming to expose Lin Yuan. But what the grand tutor had not anticipated was that Lin Yuan not only explained his question once. He also used the example to deduce other aspects that even the grand tutor had not thought of before. And for the grand tutor, the nightmare was just beginning. In the following lessons, the grand tutor completely became a tool. He only needed to read out the contents of those classical books. As for how to understand them, he didn't need to say a word. Lin Yuan would understand the meaning after just one listen. Besides, sometimes Lin Yuan would sense the grand tutor's confusion and would reinterpret the more obscure content. After hearing these interpretations, the grand tutor would have an epiphany, feeling like the decades he spent studying were in vain. Thus, a very strange scene occurred. In front of the study desk, the aged grand tutor resembled a student, mostly listening attentively. While the mere child, Lin Yuan, talked eloquently, his knowledge spanning ancient and modern times. Most crucially, the grand tutor actually found Lin Yuan's points to be very sensible. The wisdom of countless sages throughout history, in Lin Yuan's words, now showed many aspects unknown to others. The grand tutor, although obsessed with this sensation, immediately realized that he could not go on like this. If he continued to stay with Lin Yuan, he feared he would be unable to resist taking Lin Yuan as his master. Even if he suppressed this thought, what would the passing palace maids and eunuchs think? Was it he who taught Lin Yuan, or was it Lin Yuan teaching him? For these reasons, The Grand Tutor sought an audience with Emperor Lu Shi early in the morning to tender his resignation. He truly had no face to continue. What do you mean by that, Grand Tutor? Emperor Lu Shi sat on the dragon throne, scrutinizing the Grand Tutor. At first, he thought the Grand Tutor had come to complain or perhaps wanted to bargain for something more. But now, after observing him for a while, Emperor Lu Shi realized the bitterness and resignation on the Grand Tutor's face was genuine, from the heart. This made Emperor Lu Shi very curious. What had his son done to make the Grand Tutor, a literary giant, wear such an expression? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's control over situations and his approach to major issues far exceed that of your humble servant. Us mortals, what qualifications do we have to teach him? The Grand Tutor said bitterly. Far exceeds you? Emperor Lu Shi blinked. For anyone to receive such high praise from a literary giant like the Grand Tutor would usually be a cause for delight. But for Lu Shi, his 6-year-old son, could you not be more credible in your flattery? Emperor Lu Shi immediately felt that the Grand Tutor might be mocking him. If the Grand Tutor wishes to propose other conditions, just speak them. Why the need to? Emperor Lu Shi frowned slightly, his tone displaying some dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the Grand Tutor managed a difficult smile. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he himself would think he was taking the opportunity to propose conditions. But that wasn't the case at all. The Grand Tutor took a light breath, and then solemnly said, "With my virtues, I am no longer fit to teach the Crown Prince." In order to make Emperor Lu Shi believe what he said, the Grand Tutor had already begun to abandon his pride, directly admitting his inferiority to Lin Yuan. The words the Grand Tutor speaks. Emperor Lu Shi was inwardly shocked. One should know that the most valued thing among scholars was their reputation. They argued for a legacy that would last generations, especially for a literary giant like the Grand Tutor. Even if he was unwilling to teach Lin Yuan, he wouldn't admit to being inferior to him. After all, Lin Yuan was but a 6-year-old child. To admit being inferior to such a child would be a great blow to any scholar's reputation, especially for a literary authority like the Grand Tutor. Even in death, he would not have admitted such. In the literary world, there is no first place. In martial arts, there is no second. This isn't about who is stronger or weaker. What are you suggesting, Grand Tutor? Emperor Lu Shi was silent for a while before finally asking. Our Greater Yan dynasty. The Grand Tutor paused for a moment, then said with an inexplicable sigh, will welcome a sage monarch? A sage monarch? Emperor Lu Shi could hardly believe it. Since ancient times, the highest praise for an emperor was to be called a sage monarch. Emperor Lu Shi had not expected the Grand Tutor to have such high regard for Lin Yuan, to determine him a future sage monarch even before he ascended the throne. Your Majesty, this servant shall take his leave. Seeing that Emperor Lu Shi remained silent, the Grand Tutor bowed and requested to be excused. Lu Shi did not stop him but silently watched the Grand Tutor's retreating figure. Once the Grand Tutor had completely left Changtian Hall, Emperor Lu Shi waved his hand, signaling the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs to leave. He then sat alone in Changtian Hall, lost in thought. After a long time, a bout of unrestrained laughter echoed from within Changtian Hall. Ha 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 ha! My son, Lu Shi, a sage monarch? Ha 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 ha! May our ancestors bless us. May our ancestors bless us indeed. I, Lu Shi, will have a son who is a sage monarch? May heaven bless our Greater Yan. May heaven bless our Greater Yan indeed. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 69 Divine Weapon? Demonic Weapon? Name? Lu Yuan, Lin Yuan. Status: Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent. Against heaven's understanding. Current state: consciousness descent. Remaining residence time: 154 years in the Eastern Palace. Lin Yuan glanced at the Myriad Realms Gate panel. Without realizing it, he had already spent 6 years in this world. During these 6 years, Lin Yuan could say his life was extremely comfortable, having whatever he desired. Given Emperor Lu Shi's indulgence towards him, even if Lin Yuan expressed a wish for the stars in the sky, Emperor Lu Shi would probably consider it. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan stepped out of the Eastern Palace. He arrived in front of a wooden tower deep within the Imperial Palace. This wooden tower looked extremely ordinary, but there was a large number of Imperial guards patrolling the vicinity. Lin Yuan didn't stop, walking straight towards the entrance of the tower. "Pay our respects to the Crown Prince. Pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." The patrolling Imperial guards immediately bowed in an extremely respectful manner upon seeing Lin Yuan. There was no help for it. As the sole heir of the current emperor, Lin Yuan was enthroned as the Crown Prince at the age of 5. This was extremely rare throughout the history of the Greater Yan dynasty. Even for the eldest legitimate son, it was only possible to be enthroned as the Crown Prince after reaching adulthood and undergoing the coronation ceremony. And even after becoming the Crown Prince, he would still be subjected to the emperor's wariness. The presence of a Crown Prince certainly stabilizes the court situation, but it also divides the emperor's power and influence to a certain extent. It was not like Emperor Lu Shi indulging him. If Lin Yuan were not so young, Emperor Lu Shi would probably let Lin Yuan supervise the state, getting accustomed to what it would be like to be emperor. Lin Yuan entered the wooden tower. This place was a forbidden area of the Greater Yan dynasty. It housed the most powerful techniques and secret methods of the Greater Yan dynasty. Just taking out one of them would incite a bloody storm in the outside world. Years ago, Lin Yuan asked Emperor Lu Shi if he could take a look inside the wooden tower. Emperor Lu Shi agreed without a second thought. Firstly, while the tower was indeed a forbidden area, who was Lin Yuan? He was his son, the future emperor of the Greater Yan dynasty. What was wrong with entering the wooden tower? Secondly, Emperor Lu Shi felt that Lin Yuan was simply acting out of curiosity. How old was Lin Yuan at that time? Could he understand the profound techniques and secret methods within the tower? He probably expected that Lin Yuan would lose interest after playing around for a while. Emperor Lu Shi could never have dreamed that in just less than 2 years, Lin Yuan had fully grasped and even innovated upon the many techniques and secret methods that the Greater Yan dynasty had compiled over thousands of years. The cultivation system of this world. Lin Yuan found a corner to sit down at random. His expression fell into a brief contemplation. In the Greater Yan dynasty, or rather the entire Central Plains 36 kingdoms, the essence of the cultivation system was about the same. Specifically, it was divided into 7 stages: body refinement, tendon refinement, skin refinement, bone refinement, organ refinement, marrow refinement, and finally blood refining. The corresponding realms were martial apprentice, martial master, innate martial master, great grandmaster, and martial saint. In simple terms, body refinement martial apprentice, tendon refinement martial apprentice, skin refinement martial master, bone refinement martial master, organ refinement innate martial master, marrow refinement great grandmaster, and blood refining martial saint. According to Lin Yuan's judgment, the strongest blood refining martial saint, whose blood and qi integrate into one, is equivalent to the second layer pinnacle level of the main world. However, Lin Yuan noticed something amiss. That is, the cultivation system of the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, when traced back to its roots, is merely about tempering the body and strengthening the blood and qi. As for the soul and spirit, there is not the slightest involvement. Not to mention, even the first world that Lin Yuan traversed began developing spiritual supernatural powers at the Grandmaster level. It doesn't make sense for the blood-refining martial saint, comparable to the second layer pinnacle, to not touch on it at all. Weapons master, Lin Yuan muttered to himself softly. The cultivation system from martial apprentice to martial saint is just the cultivation system accessible to the ordinary people. And in this world, there is another set of cultivation systems. That is to become a weapons master. Weapons masters can wield divine weapons. And divine weapons are the most powerful existence in this world. In the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, each kingdom possesses a nation-protecting divine weapon. The power of the divine weapons is beyond human resistance. A wielder who drives a divine weapon, even a mere wisp of its aura, can easily crush 10, 100 blood refinement martial saints. This was also why Emperor Lu Shi had been far more excited upon learning that Lin Yuan possessed the potential to become a sage monarch than when showing off his innate physical endowments at birth. No matter how strong one's physical endowments, in the future, one might only become a blood refinement martial saint. And what counts a blood refinement martial saint in the face of a wielder? So long as the Greater Yan dynasty had a divine weapon standing guard, no number of martial saints could affect the overall situation. However, not everyone could become a wielder. To become one must gain the recognition of the divine weapon. And each wielder does not live long. Rarely does a wielder live to 40 years. This has led the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms to always have a supply of wielder candidates in reserve. Even so, occasionally there would be a break in the line of wielders. The Greater Yan dynasty is currently facing such a predicament. But with a divine weapon standing guard, and the treaty signed among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, no problems should arise in the short term. The strength of a wielder stems from the divine weapon. Merely leaking a trace of its aura could crush 100 martial saints. The power of the divine weapon is at least 3rd rank, perhaps even borderline 4th rank. Lin Yuan guessed in his heart. With his insight, he naturally saw that these so-called wielders were but puppets. The truly powerful entity was naturally the divine weapon itself. Lin Yuan stood up. He walked to a bookshelf deep in the wooden tower. He took down an old, tattered manuscript from there. It contained bits of information on the divine weapons. This was one of the few channels through which Lin Yuan understood divine weapons. As for asking Emperor Lu Shi directly, other matters might be negotiable. But once it came to the divine weapons, Emperor Lu Shi would become evasive and deeply guarded. It seemed that he did not want his son to know about the divine weapons so soon. Lin Yuan slowly flipped through the manuscript. Even though he had already committed its contents to memory, it still stirred up ripples in his heart. All 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains have divine weapons standing guard. It appears tranquil throughout the world, but the living sacrifices needed by each divine weapon are enormous. If the requirements are not met, the 36 divine weapons will awaken on their own and seek out sacrifices. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for all living beings. I wonder if these are really divine weapons or the content at the end of the book seemed to be erased. But Lin Yuan, combining the context, easily deduced what had been removed. I wonder if these are really divine weapons or demonic weapons. Lin Yuan closed the book and returned it to the shelf. There were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of volumes collected in the wooden tower. And since this book was hidden in the deepest part, it was highly improbable that anyone coming in would see it. Only Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, and having mastered all the martial arts and secret techniques in the tower, would have had the time to find these miscellaneous records. Divine weapons. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. The origin of the divine weapons was not detailed in the tower's collection. It was only known to be related to the ancient times, over 10,000 years ago. All of the divine weapons were born at that time. As for how they came to be and how they created today's situation, that remains unknown. 10,000 years are just too distant. The main world was fine since it had entered the space age, and everything could be passed down through data formation. But in the world Lin Yuan currently inhabited, just a little war or human calamity could lead to a disruption. This world? A peculiar expression crossed Lin Yuan's face. The living sacrifices needed by the divine weapons were better with abundant blood and qi. And the mainstream cultivation system of this world is purely about physical conditioning and increasing blood and qi. Both aspects looked normal when viewed separately. But when combined, Lin Yuan immediately sensed another layer. The people of this world, it seems, are all raised like livestock by these so-called divine weapons. The Central Plains' 36 kingdoms are like 36 farms, and all the people are the cattle, waiting to be consumed by the divine weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He was almost certain that the cultivation system from martial apprentice to martial saint must have been influenced by the divine weapons, otherwise it wouldn't be so deformed. Chapter 70. No need to cultivate a war master. Give me time. I will surpass the war master weapons possessing spiritual nature did not surprise Lin Yuan. In the Dragon Tiger world, the true martial sword itself possessed spirituality. However, in this world, the divine weapons started to domesticate humans, consuming them periodically. This was no longer mere spirituality, but spiritual wisdom. The 36 divine weapons were equivalent to 36 nearly fourth rank or genuine fourth rank powerhouses. If they united, slaughtering the entire human race would be a piece of cake. But these 36 divine weapons did not do so. Instead, they planned for sustainable development. They even found their own spokespersons. That is, the royal families of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. They supported spokespersons from among the livestock. Then let the spokespersons manage the multitude of livestock. Every now and then, they would select suitable livestock to consume. This had already formed a complete system. From this alone, Lin Yuan had already determined that the divine weapons not only possessed spiritual wisdom, but their spiritual wisdom was not low. However, I am not in danger for now, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Even if regarded as livestock for food, there were levels even among that. As a chosen spokesperson of the divine weapon from the greater Yan imperial family, like Lin Yuan, his status was undoubtedly the highest. Even if he couldn't escape the fate of being consumed, he would be the last to be consumed. Power, as long as the power is strong enough, even a divine weapon can be shattered with one punch. Lin Yuan let out a breath lightly and walked out of the wooden building. The cultivation system of the beings in this world was influenced by the divine weapons. No matter how brilliant one was, the endpoint was merely martial saint. In the face of the sublime divine weapons, they were merely a delicious food. But Lin Yuan was different. His cultivation foundation did not originate from this world and was completely unaffected by the divine weapons. Returning to the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Today, I can recover to full strength. Lin Yuan's eyes lowered. Having shuttled to this world 6 years ago, Lin Yuan naturally did not idle away as he consumed various supplements daily. He had secretly almost completely restored his strength very early on. In fact, with the speed of Lin Yuan's cultivation, he could have regained full strength in at most 5 years. However, the cultivation system of this world had given Lin Yuan quite a bit of inspiration. Body refining, tendon refinement, skin refinement, bone refinement, organ refinement, marrow refinement, and finally, blood refining, although somewhat abnormal, indeed perfect in forging the body. It allowed every aspect of the body, inside and out, to be tempered. This was exactly what made Lin Yuan integrate this set of cultivation systems perfectly into the martial Tao cultivation system, taking him an additional year more. Almost there. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly closed. Inside his body, a dramatic transformation was occurring. Half a day later, Lin Yuan successfully recovered to third-rank strength. At this moment, his combat power even surpassed that of his peak period in the main world. After all, Lin Yuan had now fully cultivated the physical transformation technique learnt from Lulan He, and he had perfectly assimilated the physically honing methods of this world. In terms of the physical body, he naturally exceeded that of the main world by a lot. Take it slow. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. According to his estimation, the nation protecting divine weapons of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, each possessed at least near 4th rank, or even genuine 4th rank strength. Compared to these divine weapons, the current Lin Yuan definitely fell short. That day, Lin Yuan finished his cultivation only to see his 7th sister waiting for him. Lin Yuan's 7th sister, to be precise, Lin Yuan's half-sister, was the 7th princess of the Greater Yan dynasty. However, the relationship between the two was quite good, and they often met to chat. Xiaoyuan, I am about to go to the divine weapon ancestral grounds with the other sisters. The 7th sister's tone suddenly turned somewhat anxious. Divine weapon ancestral grounds? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The divine weapon ancestral grounds were where the nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty slumbered. As for why the 7th sister and the other princesses were going to the divine weapon ancestral grounds, it must be related to the cultivation of weapon bearers. To become a weapon bearer, one must first be recognized by the divine weapon. This inevitably involves approaching the divine weapon. According to past practice, the candidate for the weapon bearer of the Greater Yan dynasty would definitely be selected primarily from among the clan members. After all, the fact that weapon bearers have short lives is no secret. If the current emperor had a choice, he definitely would not send his own children. But now the Greater Yan dynasty faced a generation gap in weapon bearers. All clan members had been tested, yet none were chosen by the divine weapon. In such a situation, Emperor Lu Shi could only send his own children to try. Of course, only daughters. Lin Yuan, as the crown prince, was absolutely impossible to become a weapon bearer. Because soldier makers did not live long and needed to stay close to the divine weapons for extended periods. They were destined to have no claim to the throne. There shouldn't be any problems, he said. Lin Yuan offered a few words of comfort. I hope so. His sister's eyes were somewhat reddened. Although no one knew what exactly would happen to a soldier maker, but every 3 to 4 decades the Greater Yan dynasty would select a soldier maker. It was likely that the previous soldier makers had died. Otherwise, there would be no need to select new ones. Half a day later, his sister, crying, came to find Lin Yuan again. Brother, I have been chosen. His sister's voice was hoarse, tinged with fear. Shortly after, the Imperial Guard entered. They respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. Then they took his sister away. She did not resist. Once chosen by the divine weapon, her fate was already sealed. Even the emperor could not change it. Her appearance here was solely to see Lin Yuan one last time. After all, once one becomes a soldier maker, unless you activate the divine weapon, you hardly get a chance to leave the divine weapon ancestral grounds. Do divine weapons prefer people with strong souls? Lin Yuan watched his sister leave, his mind racing. Compared to other members of the imperial clan, his sister's spiritual soul was innately powerful, specifically manifesting as a good memory and needing only a short sleep to feel refreshed. As for why it prefers them, perhaps because they are tastier? Perhaps, for the divine weapons, those cultivators with vigorous vital energy are just ordinary food. But a person with a strong soul is like a feast they want to savor slowly, which is why each soldier maker's life is not long. Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. At this moment, he also guessed why the divine weapon did not simply remove constraints on the spirit within the cultivation system. If both the physical body and soul were cultivated together, there was a chance to give birth to beings surpassing martial saints. Over time, that might challenge the dominant position of the divine weapons. Yuaner, it is an honor for your sister to be chosen by the divine weapon, and it is also good for our Greater Yan dynasty. Emperor Lu Shi told Lin Yuan softly, though this resolved the crisis of a break in succession of soldier makers for the Greater Yan dynasty. Emperor Lu Shi was not in high spirits. He was well aware of what it meant to be a soldier maker. If it had been any other royal family member, he might have turned a blind eye. But because it was his own daughter, even so, Emperor Lu Shi did not regret it. Even if the Greater Yan dynasty was short of a soldier maker for a while due to the pact, it would not have caused any dire consequences. But a dynasty with a soldier maker and one without are not the same at all. In dealings with other dynasties of the Central Plains, without a soldier maker, the Greater Yan dynasty was bound to be at a disadvantage. Then, when facing other powerful dynasties, the Greater Yan dynasty would definitely suffer various disadvantages and might even have to sign some humiliating treaties. A soldier maker could activate the divine weapon, though there was basically no need to, but it also served as a significant deterrent. It might not be necessary to use, but it was essential to have. Now that the 7th princess had become a soldier maker, it was akin to mending the Greater Yan dynasty's greatest flaw. For the next 3 to 4 decades, there was unlikely to be any trouble. As for the personal emotions of the 7th princess, as a princess of the dynasty, from the moment she was born she was clothed in silk and precious stones, exalted above tens of thousands. Having enjoyed so much, now that the Greater Yan dynasty faced a crisis, what was wrong with making a sacrifice? Yuaner, I know you have a good relationship with Xiao Yuan, Emperor Lu Shi said, but if we can cultivate a soldier maker, any sacrifice is worth it, he comforted. He had specifically come over because he was worried Lin Yuan might be entertaining wild thoughts. After all, he knew about the relationship between Lin Yuan and the seventh princess. Father, actually... Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. Actually what? Emperor Lu Shi's spirit slightly jolted. He indeed wanted to know Lin Yuan's thoughts on this matter. This was also Emperor Lu Shi putting Lin Yuan to the test in a way. If Lin Yuan was still unable to let go of the seventh princess, then Emperor Lu Shi would be very disappointed. Ordinary people can cherish sibling affection, but an emperor cannot. If an emperor wavers because of personal feelings, it would be a disaster for the entire nation. As the future emperor of Greater Yen, the sovereign of billions, Lin Yuan's perspective should be based on the broader interests of the Greater Yen dynasty. If it could ensure decades of stability for the Greater Yen dynasty's future, not just one princess. Even 10, 100, Lu Shi would not hesitate. Actually, there's no need to cultivate soldier makers. Lin Yuan looked toward Emperor Lu Shi. Give me time, and I will surpass a soldier maker. Chapter 71. 20 years in retrospect. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Emperor Lu Shi was momentarily stunned in place. He had anticipated various answers, the more normal ones, to plead on behalf of the seventh princess, or to widen the selection scope, attempting to prevent the seventh princess from becoming a divine weapon bearer. The more ruthless response would be approval of Emperor Lu Shi's actions. As a member of the royal lineage, sacrificing for the nation was nothing out of the ordinary. But Lu Shi had never expected Lin Yuan's answer to be this. No need to cultivate a divine weapon bearer. Give me time and I will surpass the divine weapon bearers. It must be known that behind every divine weapon bearer stands a divine weapon. And within the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, divine weapons are heaven itself. To surpass a divine weapon bearer is akin to surpassing a divine weapon itself. Such against heaven's expressions, once spread, would likely make the Greater Yen dynasty the focus of the entire Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. At that time, the court would be shaken, and Lin Yuan's position as the crown prince could not even be guaranteed. Of course, Emperor Lu Shi, as Lin Yuan's father, naturally would not let these words escape. Yuan truly has grand aspirations. Emperor Lu Shi remarked with admiration. If Lin Yuan were already in his 30s or 40s, having witnessed the might of a divine weapon, such declarations would surely make one seem ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The existence of a divine weapon is something those in high positions are all too aware of. But Lin Yuan was merely 6 years old. A 6-year-old child's impractical aspirations. What of it? When Emperor Lu Shi was 6 years old, he too wished to bring down the sun from the sky. However, Yuan, such words should just be said to your father and no one else. Don't ever mention it to others, not even to your closest servants. After his praise, Emperor Lu Shi warned him. As the crown prince, one must be careful with words and deeds, and with the affection Emperor Lu Shi had for Lin Yuan, no matter what Lin Yuan did, there was always room for redemption, the only exception being matters related to divine weapons. I understand. Lin Yuan glanced at Emperor Lu Shi. He clearly knew that the latter hadn't taken his words seriously at all. This was something Lin Yuan had anticipated. He wasn't surprised at all. Following that, Emperor Lu Shi made small talk with Lin Yuan for a few more sentences. Then he stood up and left. Watching the receding figure of Emperor Lu Shi, Lin Yuan's eyes remained calm. With the methods at his current disposal, if he revealed strength surpassing that of a martial saint, it was highly likely that he would earn Emperor Lu Shi's trust. But such an act came with great risk. Mainly because Lu Shi was the emperor of the Greater Yen dynasty, the spokesperson for that nation-protecting divine weapon. Was there some kind of methodology infused in him capable of sensing something? The moment Lin Yuan revealed his strength, he might alarm that divine weapon, leading to irreversible consequences. It must be known that divine weapons fed on the human race. The stronger the human strength and the more vigorous the vitality, the more delicious they were to divine weapons. Those with innate strong souls were even considered feasts by divine weapons, being bound by the title of divine weapon bearer and savored slowly. And in terms of vigorous vitality and a strong soul, who in the Central Plains 36 kingdoms could compare with Lin Yuan? Could be predicted that once Lin Yuan's aura leaked, it would certainly drive the Greater Yan dynasty's divine weapon mad. And it might not just be the divine weapon of Greater Yan, but the nation-protecting divine weapons of the other 35 kingdoms, which would awaken in unison, to partake in Lin Yuan this feast together. Therefore, ever since learning of the divine weapons, Lin Yuan had been minimizing the frequency of his interventions as much as possible. Even if he needed to take action, he had to do so far away from the divine weapon ancestral grounds and people like Emperor Lu Shi who had been close to divine weapons. It wasn't that Lu Shi would betray his own son, but some matters were simply beyond his control. Perhaps he was unaware of what had transpired within him. Having fully integrated this world's cultivation system into my martial Tao, my current realm surpasses that of a martial saint. Let's call this realm martial god then. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, silently contemplating. The realm of martial god has already broken free from the shackles of the flesh, and has achieved incredible feats in the aspect of divinity. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang paths transform into grinding wheels, constantly refining one's own divinity. If placed in the main world, the realm of martial god would roughly equate to the third-rank second to third segments. Lin Yuan's cultivation system uses the physical body as the foundation, the way of Taiji as the framework, and the main world's thousands of evolution paths as the flesh. Now, by further integrating the perfect body refining method of this world, it's like drawing upon all the advantages of the cultivation systems across various worlds. However, advancing further from here will not be so easy. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and thought to himself. Having arrived in this world for merely 6 years, Lin Yuan had already stepped into the realm of martial god. Mainly relying on the accumulation from before his travels, if not for the time wasted integrating the perfect body cultivation method of this world, Lin Yuan could have entered the martial god realm 1 or 2 years earlier. But these advantages only go so far. The road ahead would require Lin Yuan to continue exploring on his own. Even with against heaven's understanding, future cultivation efficiency could not possibly exceed that of the first 6 years upon his arrival. I have 160 years to stay during this travel, and only 6 years have passed. Take it slow. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. The divine weapon is visible. Lin Yuan remains hidden. As long as Lin Yuan does not rashly expose himself, the divine weapon will be unlikely to discover his strength. And Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, grows stronger every moment. No matter how great the shackles and bottlenecks, it's only a matter of spending more time. As the Greater Yan dynasty cultivated new weapon masters, the situation amongst the Central Plains 36 kingdoms stabilized once again. In dealings with other nations, the Greater Yan dynasty regained its confidence. With external threats gone, only internal governance remained. Emperor Lu Shi was not a muddled emperor. Furthermore, with Lin Yuan's occasional reminders, the national strength of the Greater Yan dynasty continued to grow, especially since Lin Yuan took the initiative to increase trade with other nations, opening up many trade routes. The people of the Greater Yan began to prosper. As a result, Lin Yuan also received the support of many citizens. At least Lin Yuan's actions allowed the people to see that the Greater Yan dynasty could flourish for at least another generation. Throughout history, there have been many emperors who were the tiger father and the dog son, leading to great rises and falls in dynasties. And Lin Yuan was clearly quite capable and politically astute. He was fully capable of taking over from the old emperor. The ministers of the court also held Lin Yuan in high regard. After all, the Grand Tutor had admitted in front of Emperor Lu Shi that he was inferior to Lin Yuan. What could he do afterward to salvage his own face? The only option was to praise Lin Yuan enthusiastically. It wasn't that he was incompetent. It was that Lin Yuan was too monstrous. If you're so capable, you try taking over. At first, there were actually a few ministers who objected. What can a child of a few years do to reach the sky? Grand Tutor, you've really grown old. It's time for you to go home and rest. But these few ministers were left speechless in front of Lin Yuan, mocked to the point where they couldn't utter a word. After this incident, And with Lin Yuan displaying some of his skills in front of other court officials and exercising both grace and might on several occasions, his prestige naturally rose. Emperor Lu Shi observed Lin Yuan in silence, the color of approval on his face becoming harder to conceal. When it came to the art of controlling people and maintaining balance, his son seemed to have an innate gift. The work he put into pacifying the ministers back in his day had not been easy. This certainly related to the manner in which Emperor Lu Shi had come to power, but consider how young Lin Yuan still is. Time passed, and so, 20 years went by. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.